Are we best friends?
Yeah, and wieners.
And we both have wieners?
Yeah.
Is that why we're best friends?
Yeah.
Perfect.
All hail Violet getting first.
Thanks, kitty. About time is up. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't get a chance to actually sleep. But you subbed for tier 2. I don't know if that added enough time, so... apologies. Hold on. No, not TikTok. Why don't you just open
What's
the
your
phone?
favorite scary movie?
Oh yeah, of course, Stormhawk. I can't be up for 48 hours straight and not be out of my mind. Okay. I ended up getting pushing against the wall correctly. So what happened was I ended the yesterday's stream, or technically earlier today's stream because it's not midnight yet, an hour early. And I was like, oh good. That'll give me like 2.5 hours of sleep before I have therapy. No. That's not what ended up happening. I laid there and my brain was still zooming, so I did rest, but my eyes didn't make it to the staying closed, you know, setup. So, I ended up not falling asleep. I had therapy. I did stuff around the house because I didn't know Joe was going to be here closer to 3. But he was here about an hour after I ended therapy. So I got a good chunk of dishes done and took the trash out and stuff that I've been needing to do, but good God, after doing 12 hours of stream, like I just wanted to sleep the other days. So I didn't sleep. Then Joe came to get me. We went to Market Basket, came back here, dropped everything off. It was already basically dinner time. He was like, I'm staying for dinner. And I was like, cool, I don't want to cook. I'm like, we could go to Walmart, I could pick up stuff and I could cook or like make a pizza. And he was like, I don't want pizza. And I was like, go out to eat? And he was like, yeah, we can go out to eat. So we went out to eat, got a smorgasbord of food to celebrate. So I've spoiled myself. We got 3 appetizers. One of them was like a half app, so like it really wasn't that bad. 2 people going out to eat. It was like after the tip and everything, it was like $88. So it's not like the end of the world since we got 3 apps and 2 burgers. And there's so much food left over. That's why I wasn't like the end of the world spending money on food. I don't do that often. I don't think I've ever ordered that many appetizers before unless it was like an endless apps thing. So yeah. We were just celebrating the Subathon going as long as it has, and my mom moving away, and it was just a really good going out to dinner because I haven't left the house in pushing close to 2 weeks. So I was up for that. We came back towards my direction from dinner, stopped at Walmart and one of the hardware stores. I needed more of these, so I bought 16 of them because apparently they are cheaper if you buy them in bulk. So I was like, well, screw it, I guess I'm just buying in bulk this time because I've already gone through 4 cans and this one's almost empty and there's only 1 left, so like whatever, I'll just buy them in bulk because I really like this method for costumes. So we did that, and then
Get the box.
Okay, hold on. Did that and then came back here and then I took a nap. So. I was awake for a really long time.
What
What the fuck? There were 2 or so hours left. Also no sound for a minute. Yeah, well, it's not 2 or so hours left now. Malchior thought it was real funny to put $1,000 in my account and said, Thursday or bust! And I was like, fuck. Okay! At least they weren't edging the timer a million times anymore. Just shout out random mods. Oh yeah, hold on. Did you see the abilities for the next Warframe? Yes. His name you don't remember? Yes. Hold on. I'll go get the box. Whatever the box is. There's no problem. Not gonna dox anybody, right? Alright. I was told not to open him until I was told to, and now I'm being told to? Correct?
Yes, open.
Eyes up. Yeah, isn't it like Abraxia, your name?
Yes. Oh, it's a good thing I got eggs.
Did you not? Did you not have enough? Oh no, you didn't.
This was planned in advance too.
You're kidding.
Hi, Kira.
Sadly,
You don't have
AJ,
to
I
be
hear in the
worried about
background.
that. I taped up the box. And the lettering.
Oh my god, this
And the
is
mail.
so cool.
Were you here in the background?
You guys can hear us, right?
I
Yeah,
can hear you.
you're a little low. Hold on, let me turn you up.
Smile, my dear. You know you're never fully dressed without one.
That should be good, but I have the thing going. Hello, Malchior. Your niece asked the other day if Miku was real. Aw, that's cute. This is so cool. Thank you.
That's where it came in?
Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah, I blurred out his name and everything so you couldn't see shit.
I like the bottom of the Kinty. So cute.
Maybe I should have got some milk.
Hi,
You say-
Kira.
Hi. Thank you.
I hope that you like them.
These are incredible. For
Yes, no
people that
problem.
have no idea like what's going on right now, Zap and his better two-thirds Lady J have been designing their own nail polishes, and then Zap like laser engraves the containers and everything, and they just sent me all my own custom colors. So it's got they have my goldfish like engraved into them. They got my name on it. And they were zapped by Zap. It's so cool.
The containers they came in, the purple case, you can use one half to store them, and look at the sides of the case.
Yeah, I
made the
saw.
case so they could be shipped, but look inside the foam inside the case.
Oh, that's so awesome. Oh, it even has my fish on the bottom.
And inside
And
the
inside were the little foam pieces to protect it, had little fish on it too.
Oh, this is so cool.
So you can use one half to store them and the other half to put knickknacks in.
Oh, this is awesome. I'm like almost shaking. This is so cool. Well, now I have to pick which color. And I'll put it on right now.
One of them that's very close to the colors you're using for your cosplay.
Yeah, this one is pretty close.
which one does ZT? Yeah.
You still have
ZTU?
graphics in the way for your cosplay.
Oh!
And on the left of your
Oh,
screen.
oh, oh,
We can't
I'm
see
sorry.
half of what you're doing.
I was too excited, I forgot there was stuff on the
There
screen.
you go.
Yeah, this one looks like the purple that I have for my...
Have the 3-letter code. That's just the 3-letter code for the pigment itself. It doesn't really have a name, but it's the color shifting like you see on people's cars. Where
Yeah.
it's like 2 or 3 or 4 different colors when it shifts. That's what they are. I think that one there, the ZTU, should be really close to the colors of the ZTX that you see in game with her default colors.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
This would be considered a beta test. This is the first time we've really put together a kit like this.
Yeah, I'm special.
Yeah. And you notice it's purple, 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 and sparkly.
Yeah.
The sparkly is a top coat only. It looks good on all the colors.
Oh man, this is so cool.
Yeah, we make these together. And then the 2 little ones were just 2 little testers. I even cut out the foam and stuff to ship those in. I laser cut the foam to keep them protected in shipment.
These UV light changing polish.
Yes, if you paint your nails with those, it'll be that color. And you go outside, it changes color.
Oh, that's the coolest shit I've ever seen.
Yep. And then it changes back to white really quick when you come back inside again.
The Galaxy Fish line.
Oh, that's so neat.
I think this
Yep.
is the pretty much.
Now watch, take the
wait,
light away.
I was trying to say something.
Go ahead.
But I was just saying that these are the only ones that are not blue.
Yeah. Every other color Jamie has is all blue.
Oh wow, that is changing back pretty
It'll
quick.
change back. Shake the bottle, shake it up. It'll change back even faster when it mixes up.
Oh, that's so cool.
Oh, I'm gonna have to see this in person.
I'm surprised you didn't open them in advance and then package it back up.
No.
Put them in. Oh.
They should. Those little bottles should fit inside the case as well. I just didn't print a case for the little ones. I just cut out foam for them. Oh, that is also a top coat. If you look at it carefully, it's got purple little long pieces, and the name of the pigment was literally called beard clippings. They look like little beard clippings, but they're purple beard clippings is what it's called.
Oh,
So that's what
so
we just
funny.
gave the name what it was already called.
Oh, you want down?
It's really pretty.
I think the Cali purple and the other purple are so close to the purple in game that we use from the color palette for the helmet. You know, that really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Violet. That really nice purple blue shift. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're
These are
really
all
close to
like...
in-game colors. So.
Luna, right under the chair. Literally right under the chair. I almost moved.
I love that they just all have my fish on it too. Like, that's so cool.
Yeah. Some of them are filled in, some are just lines. I tried a couple different ways. I like just the lines by themselves for the fish. It works pretty good.
Yeah.
See, now that you've seen this, all the pictures that we took while we made this, I can stick in my Discord now, because there's no way you'll accidentally see all the pictures that we
That's
took.
so funny, because I get notifications for everything that gets posted in your Discord. I have the
I was
notifications turned on just because I want to. I don't type anything. I don't really like interact with people on other people's discords, but there's a few that I do just keep the notifications on because I'll read the pop up and then I'll just move the pop up away. It's purple. Oh. That's like a really pretty like bluey purple. They're actually showing up like quite well on stream for like the fairly accurate for their colors because usually my camera's being like kind of funky, but
the ZTU and the ZTX are not.
Yeah, the
shifting very
ZTU and ZTX, you're gonna have to like move it real far left and right of the lens and then angle it to the light. Usually you can see what color it's going to change on the internal curves of the glass bottle.
yeah.
Because flat you don't see it, but when you paint it in your nails, just sticking your hands in the sunlight or going inside, they'll be completely different colors.
Yeah, you guys can see it if I tilt it this direction, but like I can see it if I tilt it towards me, so it's like a pinky purple and then like a bluey, a more blue base.
I think it has like a brass, a goldish color in it when it goes to a real far angle. It's hard to see in the bottle. Also, you got to make sure you shake the crap out of those too because those settle really easy.
Yeah.
And I put extra ball bearings in there so it'll shake up really good.
This is so cool. I wouldn't even know how to go about starting something like this. This is like the coolest thing. I didn't even think about the fact before you had mentioned to me that you were doing something along this line in general. I was like, wait, people can make their own.
Yeah. So if you ever see me doing when I'm streaming and you see me reach into underneath the laser, my hand in the camera, if my thumbnails have been painted, that's a new color that we're testing because my thumbnails are the ones that it gets tested on to see what it looks like.
Because mine's already done.
Because hers are usually already done, and then I leave it on to see how durable it'll be with me digging and messing with tools and stuff. So if I don't mess it up, she won't mess it up. So I do the durability test and if it looks good or not.
I think so. One of the things I was planning to do before TennoCon was to go to get my nails done and get my hair done because I haven't gone to like an actual salon or to get my nails done in a very long time. The last time I actually got my hair cut, besides me doing it or Joe's mom like just trimming off the dead ends, was just before my sister's wedding. This has been like 2 years. And I can't even remember the last time I went out to actually get my nails done. I think it was another thing to celebrate with my sister. So I think I'm gonna bring maybe some of these colors with me and see if they can paint them and then use some of them to draw the... Huh?
Yes. Oh yeah, you can take those with you and ask to have it used. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I think I'm gonna do that and then have them draw like the lotus symbol in the color changing one or something. Like, that'll be so cool.
Chat. What Malcor
I can test combat durability.
And Violet's like, Malcor wants to feel pretty too.
He's so
Malcor, send me a DM. We'll work something out for you. But there you go.
This is so cool. I love that you can just like laser engrave on 3D printed stuff and...
Yeah, right on the plastic. My new laser lets me do that.
Oh,
the glass, I could never do glass before until I got my new laser.
And it's got my signature on it.
Yeah, the signature, if you look where it says, created by, custom created by Lady J.
Yeah.
That's her signature pretty much. So.
That's so cool.
And then like I had it all done and I put them upside down in the box because I was trying to laser etch the foam. I'd already double-sided sticky taped the foam inside the box. So I had to move it underneath the laser to do them. And I looked at the bottom of the bottles and I said, yeah, I can laser that too. So, if she wanted me, Lady J wanted me to put my name in there somewhere. So on the bottom of the bottles, I thought it'd be funny to put Zap by Zap.
Yeah, no, I definitely giggled the moment I saw that. Like, that's hilarious to me.
Well, whenever you get the guts to try it, because I know you're not going to want to open them, because if you do, then they'll go away, because I'll use them up. Jamie's the same way, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
I
I'm.
have over
I don't paint 'em often.
150 colors.
Yeah, she has like over 150
And then
colors
we
right
keep
now. And
making more, so.
we keep making more colors, and it's like she doesn't want to use them because then they'll be gone.
Well, especially the alpha. I love the alpha.
But you have the like formulas to be able to make another batch, though.
Oh yeah. We write it down in a little journal. We will. We have a paper that's black with the the journal books with black paper and the dots in it.
Yeah.
And then I use my laser machine to etch onto the paper a little square and a line, and she will paint the square with the color and then write down what we use to make that color. Let that page dry before flipping to the next page. So she has a journal, but what it looks like on a dark background on like a base coat, and then what it took to make it so we could have it. So she's keeping track of it all. And then we have the raw pigment, so like the bottle, like you're holding the purple one, right? Like you have purple, which is an amazing color. We get like a 5-gram bag, and that for me that's enough to probably make like what 15, 20 bottles that size.
Oh wow.
And that one there, I actually made for one of the car ladies.
Yeah, one of the ladies that we meet at the car shows a lot. Her car is the exact same color, and we made a bottle for her so she could paint her nails to match her
Because
car.
that's the whole reason why I started doing is I wanted to match my paint on my car.
Yeah, she was, and then we ended up getting one of those little, those little paint pens you can buy from the dealer to fix the scratches in your car.
Yeah.
We bought one of those, and she tried to use that on her nails, and it just didn't look right. So I actually bought a quart of the OEM paint for her car to try that, and then it was like, well, how do you make your own? And then we started doing this.
That's so funny. These 6-inch stilettos, corset, and slick slides.
Yeah, you can post those in the Discord.
Oh yeah, I'll turn them up again. And I'll just.
Oh yeah, there's a sample of your book, what you do.
There, I guess.
Yeah, just put it in mine.
What's up?
She gets a notification from when mine's posted, so
one.
she sees it there. She's posting images of what her journal book looks like. So there you go.
Yeah, I'll pull that up.
And I picked up the purples, and then of course the glitter looks really good when you don't put a lot on.
Yeah.
Because it's the hologram, the holographic
Holographic.
prismatic style.
It's freaking awesome.
No,
You're gonna stare at your nails all day long.
you can actually use it by itself, but it takes like 3 coats, maybe 4 coats, and it gets real thick and deep. The little holographic flakes do. So we hope you like it.
Tomorrow, that's an understatement.
Nails. Mix and match the colors up.
Do a Skittle.
Yeah, do the Skittles.
Yeah, that's so cool. I'm looking at the journal.
Surprise!
That's so neat. I was like wondering why, because Joe had it written all over the box. Don't open it unless told to.
Oh, yeah.
Because he brought in the mound of things from Throne. And he's like, don't open that one. I was like, okay.
That's funny.
Oh my gosh, I see it! Is that a corgi?
All right.
Oh my gosh! Told me that there was
Taste
gonna
tester.
be a
No, I'm not
corgi.
tasting them.
Nice to meet you. How
They're
are
pretty.
you?
They're not
little baby
edible.
paw.
Mhm.
I don't eat nail polish. That's bad.
That's cool.
Are you listening? He said they're leaving.
Oh, bye. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll talk to you again. It's
I'm
just
glad
getting
you
late
liked them.
It's
No,
getting late.
I love them. This is awesome. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
they've been waiting and waiting and
4 in the
waiting.
morning for work, so I mean, not by choice. The cats wake her up. She has no choice.
Because they're dead.
Yeah, our cats die at 4 a.m. on the dot. They turn into zombies for food. We give them food, and they respawn. Did Joe see the ultraviolet one?
I don't know.
They're all like ultra.
Show
Which
him,
one is?
show him the one that changes color ultraviolet with your ultraviolet light you use to cure your resin.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I didn't see that one.
It's like
I caught the
whitish,
ass
like a
end of that.
pasty white in color. But watch what happens when it gets hit with UV.
Okay. Yeah, so you can see it like this.
It doesn't go on pasty white.
No, it doesn't. It actually goes on almost
Like a nude.
like a nude color.
Oh, hold on. The camera was like, nah, nobody gets to see nothing.
Yep. Still like that.
But yeah, so this, honestly, it's quite pretty, even just as this color.
It's pretty much the same color as the ends of your nails when you put it on. You really can't tell it's on there. Now, see what it does?
Like,
Oh,
that's
wow.
the side that wasn't touched.
That's cool.
Right?
And
So
then
walking
it goes
outside,
back to its color really fast, too.
like, it's already starting to change back.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go outside and my nails would change color. That's so neat.
It's like, Malcor wants your attention.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, that's what I just responded. I said,
They gotta yell at you just like I gotta yell at you.
everyone's got to yell at me.
Yeah, the moment you said it was UV reactive, I was like, I got a UV light right there for all my resin.
Yeah. Yep. I have one very similar. Polyethanol. I don't think it's polyethanol based. I'd have to go get the nail polish base that we use and look. I think it's polyester ether. Because the type of base that we use is designed.
It's 7 free. I know that much.
It's funny because I have a reminder set on my robot assistant, because if I say her name, she will listen in. And I was like, oh yeah, I have to remember to message Zap because TennoCon's coming up, and I was gonna see if he could maybe get me some more business cards before then, because I'm starting to run low, and I'm like, I have to show him the design that I want. And all this happens, and I'm like, shit, I still didn't do that either.
I don't know if I can see this. It's so tiny.
Yeah, I know.
Cool, that means you can emulsify something into it, and so it's slow absorbed.
Do you have access to my Discord?
Butyl acetate.
Yeah, it's butyl acetate and
ethyl acetate.
Yeah, ethyl acetate is
nitrocellulose.
The rest is just suspension material, and then solvents to let it dry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a very specific type to allow it to stay suspended. How do you?
What? I need access to whatever 3D printed colored spool this is. I don't know. It's like the most beautiful purple.
Alright, let me see.
Quick whisper.
Quick whisper.
There you go.
I'm not tarded. There. I sent you an invite. You'll have access to the. I just have a basic Discord where I post a lot of the pictures of stuff that I do. I kind of use it to just document some of the things I've done. I'm glad you liked it.
Me too.
Yeah, this is insane.
And that isn't all the purple she has, but those are the best ones.
These are gorgeous.
What? Couple more. One of them's really, really dark.
Yeah, we have one that's a really. Purple. It's like it shifts between black and purple, but you got to be in direct sunlight to see the purple. It isn't very good for nail polish.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Yeah, we haven't found it to work with very many things very well.
I love the ball bearing sound in nail polish.
We have extras in there.
Yeah,
they're thick.
The one that comes with it, I put a bearing that's much bigger and then 5 little tiny ones in there. So it's got like 6 ball bearings in there total to make sure it mixes like it's supposed to.
The ZTU and the ZTH are very dense, so they sink. You have to
shake it a good 2-3 minutes. If you let it sit for a couple of weeks, you have to shake it really good. You know you've gotten it all when the bottom isn't perfect. Like when you look at the bottom, it will look like it's chromed. That means it's not mixed.
Oh, okay.
You gotta shake the crap out of it. Yes, yeah. Nova, you can see medium.
And then, like, I guess if anybody wants some, we can
We'll work it
out a
out. Yeah, if
deal.
someone wants some, we'll work it out. Like I said, this was the first time we've done a run like this. Normally, we just mix up a small little tester bottle or one of these bottles to try it, see if it works out or not. But this is the first time we put together a kit. So, and the smell's not that bad either. It isn't very strong of a solvent. It's not as bad as some of the ones we've been around.
Okay. I'm still in the camera view.
I knew you couldn't resist.
God, that is pretty.
It is, isn't it? I have a problem. I drive and the sun is so bright here that it, especially these color shifting ones, I'm like staring at my nails.
One thing about the two ones, these type of pigments in there, you don't want to wipe the brush off too much. You want to leave like more than you would normally leave on a nail brush when you go to use it. So you don't want a big old blob of it, but you don't want to wipe all of it off. You'll learn as you use it a couple of times. You'll see its characteristics, and it takes about what 10 minutes between 5 minutes between coats is all it really takes. Yeah, and then it takes a good like 2 or 3 hours to completely harden.
Yeah, unless you get a
A top coat, yeah, a speed top coat for it.
A quick dry top coat.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, show now that it's thinner, show that underneath the camera with the light on it. And then like instead of turning your nail left and right, like bend your thumb down and up, down and up. Like your thumb wrestling, and you'll see the color shift.
It's very difficult on camera.
Yeah, it's hard on camera because like it's blue and then it'll go purple and then.
I can't even get it on my phone.
Oh yeah, it's really hard to get pictures on the phone. Videos work better, and then yeah, you'll see it.
There's the purple. There's a blue.
For you to see it better, Kayla, move your hand so you're farther away from the light to your eye, and then bring it towards you. As you do, you'll see it shift.
Oh, that's neat too. Yeah, I wonder if I can do that with. The camera will pick it up like that. No,
it's very difficult with the camera.
Yeah, move the light if you can. If your light's movable, you move the light and keep it still to the camera. You'll see it.
I can always lower the light a little bit too, so it's not doing as much reflection, which I think will help with the color.
See, it's like that purpley indigo blue.
Yeah.
There you go.
Like it is. So
and once it
pretty.
dries after about an hour, you could probably do it after a few minutes. The hollow top coat.
Yeah.
You could try that now. It should be ready to put that on there now. You get to see the little hollow flakes over it.
Here, I'll change that. It's a lovely shade of purple. Yeah. The bluish color that it changes to is really pretty, but that base purple is almost identical.
MF purple, man.
It's literally the color of my cosplay.
Look at that. See?
Yep.
Honestly, I was hoping we got that out to you in time so you could use that for your cosplay.
As soon as I saw that one, I was like, that looks like the metallic parts of my costume. What the heck?
There you go. Now you can have your nails match your cosplay as well.
Oh, that's an expensive way to paint.
Yes, you can. Actually, you can paint your cosplay with that paint. That pigment, you can buy it in permanent paint form. It's used on cars and stuff.
Yeah, but the way that I'm doing it,
the way we're doing it is very expensive.
Very expensive.
That paint, if you get that pigment pre-mix in paint, it's not cheap. But a little bit goes a long ways.
Yeah, I can see that it is already quite coated, and that's only after like one true coat.
Most expensive blue.
Oh yeah, I made Jamie a bottle of blue nail polish made with the second most expensive pigment you can get.
Blue pigment.
Blue pigment you can get. It's made with that Yidman, the newest pigment that guy came out with.
No, I'm not part of the pigment.
There's a pigment that a guy made it on accident. It's called Yidman, and it's based on the chemicals it's made with. It's the second most expensive because the most expensive blue is lapis lazuli.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
But
It's like
yeah, lapis
Ways
lazuli
Aldorf
is
just subscribed for 7
$130
months.
a gram.
Og.
And the
Lol.
stuff that
I
we
hope
got, we
all
got
is well.
20
we got 20 grams.
20 grams for $160. Just
Jeez.
because I want to do it for.
It looks like I have a like, little galaxy on my thumb.
See, man?
See?
Remember, it's
Now-
just a very few little flakes in it. Is a perfect mix between the holographic speckles and the base color.
And you'll be
These
working
are
on your
almost.
cosplay, and you'll be working on your cosplay, and all of a sudden the light will hit it, and you'll be like, "Ooh!"
You will stop and look at the
They're
images.
almost identical to the type of flakes that are in the Signa.
Uh-huh.
Not all of the
There you
glitter on
go.
here is the glitter I'm talking about, but there's. Oh, let me grab one that didn't have as much of the silvery.
So there you go. Between that color and that top coat, you could make your nails match your cosplay.
Yeah, you can see it really. It literally looks just like it. This is so funny.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There you go.
That is so awesome.
That is awesome. There you
That
go.
is
That looks good.
hilarious that it's like that close.
So there you go.
We did that on purpose.
Did that on purpose. Swear to God. Yep.
This is the coolest thing ever.
Purposely on accident.
But yeah, it's like having a little galaxy on my thumb. It's so pretty.
Yep. Yeah. Now that color there you can find very similar in the store,
Mhm.
but the Cali purple and the perfect purple, no, those are custom blends.
Yeah.
So you literally you could have something that no one else does except for Lady J, obviously. She's got a bottle of them too.
Yeah, this one is super pretty. And you said the Cali one.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Cali purple.
this is stunning. I love the
That-
subtle.
When you paint it and it dries, it looks just like the purple out of Warframe. That particular purple that I use all the time on all of my Warframes, it looks damn near the same.
Huh. I didn't try enough that I'm not gonna.
I do like,
Yes, me too.
but like I said, we gotta. Well, I'll still be here, but Lady J's got to go. Like I said,
Yeah.
she gets up at 4 a.m. for work.
I'm so sorry that it
400
took so long for me to start.
Oh, it's
Oh,
okay.
that's fine.
It's understandable. We get it.
Yeah, I'm running on like an hour and a half of sleep right now, and that's only because I was able to take a nap after dinner.
Yep.
All right, well, I'm gonna go.
Yep.
Yes, thank you.
She's already yawning, so you're more than welcome.
Yep, definitely. Anytime.
This is so cool.
Violet, send me a message.
Oh,
All right.
That's so
Yeah.
good.
Hmm?
I'm just saying,
My
it's
shirt.
so neat. It's so pretty.
Oh, yeah.
Galaxy and one.
I gotta get stuff like cotton ball and Band-Aid.
I know it's a slight blur on it.
It will need a clear coat over it once it hardens.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you let it completely harden, a clear coat does help out quite a bit. The pigment does have a dullness to it once once the stuff dries out, so it will need a clear coat.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have to. If you like the satin look, you're okay. If you like the glossy look, then yeah, you would need to do a clear coat.
Yeah. That's such a nice glitter coat as well too, because I feel like a lot of glitter nail polish, they do the ones that are like slightly bigger than this, and then it looks kind of gaudy and like just not as pretty. These are the perfect size.
Yeah, I had to. Well, we got 3 different sizes of glitter, of those hollow glitters. The big one was meant more for like, it looked like this you see in bass boats. that really big stuff.
Yeah.
And then the little tiny stuff that we had is like nanoparticles. It just looked gray, a dull silver gray, and I didn't like it.
Mhm.
Um, I like that one better. And then we did one where I put like twice as much in the bottle than it needed, and it's just way over the. She loves it, but it's way over the top. It's just pure glitter on your fingers.
Yeah, I
And then
think
I
this
mixed
is
that.
perfect.
Yeah, I put a little bit in. We mixed it because I have a machine that I put it in to mix it. And then we looked at it, painted it, and then put a little more until we got it down to where we wanted. Then we wrote down how much we put in a bottle.
That's so
And
cool.
yeah, that seems to be for a top coat. It seems to be real. No matter what color you put it on, it works pretty good.
Yeah.
Because the pigments that are the Z-based ones, the ZT ones like that,
Mhm.
there's the pigment is so overpowering you can't put the glitter in it. You won't see it. It completely drowns it
Fair.
all out.
Yeah. Yeah, I could tell it was quite potent because even just putting one coat on, it's similar.
Mhm.
One coat on was enough to like block out the nail. It's
Yep.
similar in consistency when it comes to that to like OPI, which is obviously a top of the line in terms of nail polish. Charge like
Hmm.
$14 a bottle.
Yeah, the Lady J likes Mooncat brand, and
Yeah,
theirs are about the same. It's like 17. Unless they have like they had a collab with Star Wars, and I think those were a little more expensive. But she loves the ones she gets from Mooncat and another company called Hollow Taco.
I'm just gonna.
So
Oh, I've seen Hollow Taco. Hollow Taco's colors are really pretty. Um, I'm gonna cover the lid
what?
for this because it's reflective. But
Yeah.
this is my favorite red that I've gotten in nail polish, and it's called a Fair, in Red Square. It's the OPI one.
Hmm.
Yeah, this one is like,
Yeah, I know what pigment that is.
yeah.
I can make it.
You know what I figured this today? Yeah,
Yep,
but
I can duplicate it.
I've owned this one because for back when I was working at the beauty supply store, because these were so expensive, I wouldn't buy OPI nail polish before. I would always get just like the cheapo nail polishes. And when I was working there, the discount was half off. And then so my personal employee discount made these half off. And then there was a buy one free one sale, and I was able to stack that with my employee discount. So I was getting I was getting OPI for like 25% of what it normally was.
Yeah,
So I was getting 4 bottles of nail polish for the price of one, so I stocked up on a few different colors, and this one
yeah.
was I wish I'd bought all of it because I'm like I will eventually run out of this one. Yeah, I have this one too.
I know that one too.
Yeah.
I know which code that is.
Yeah, it's All Your Dreams in Vending Machines is the name of the color, but yeah. Then I just have like the cheapo um reduced ones from when I was still working at the beauty supply place. The rest of my nail polish is in my room, but I was bringing these out because I was wondering if I could use them since they were like the super inexpensive ones. I was like, oh, I wonder if I could use these for part of the cosplay to like change some of the colors, but it didn't do what I wanted it to do, so I wasn't gonna waste the polish.
Samantha Black. Malcor. I do have two different very dark ones. One of them is like a black titanium. It's got a very, very slight hint of a silverish gray color in it, and the other
Oh,
one
that
is
kills people.
galaxy black is what they call it. Oh, Vanta. Oh no, I don't. I have to see what that is. I have to check it out. I know the place I get mine from is I get my pigments from. All I've ever really looked at was the pigments that they use for automotive top coats. But the place I get it from sells pigments for everything from food to plastics to cosmetics. As a matter of fact, the ZTU and ZTX is also used in eyeshadow and
Really?
lipstick
That's
and things like that.
crazy. Yeah, Pizza Duck, I'll have to trade you. Is there
Oh,
something you're missing? Walzeldorf, I don't know if I said thank you for the tier 3 sub, by the way, because you're out of your damn mind. I was really distracted by pretty colors.
Now, the Vanta Black wouldn't work because most of its ability to catch light is because it stays. And if you were to see something painted with that, it has a very rough texture to it. I mean, it's up to a millimeter tall in its texture, and when you touch it, it breaks off and becomes shiny. If you were to suspend that inside of like nail polish, it would completely ruin its effect to gather light. Just touching anything painted with that stuff will ruin the effect. I've watched quite a few videos on that. I just forgot that's what it's named. I looked at videos for black number 2, number 3, and number 4, which are darker than the Vanta that black. Yeah. It doesn't work that well. You have to airbrush the Vanta Black on or spray it with a special spray gun, and as soon as you touch it or coat it with something, it loses its effect. Which one's that one, Kayla?
The same one.
Ah.
I want to feel pretty.
One of the things that I do to see how well I've done a coat, hold your finger up to the light so the light's against your thumb, and then you look, the light goes through your finger and through your fingernail, and you can see where you have a thin and thick amount of polish.
That's funny. That's literally like just absolutely stunning. Usually this isn't the shape that I have for my nails. I usually have more of like an almond shape. But I one of them got down to the nub and I just didn't end up reshaping them after I had to cut them all. Yeah, these are so pretty. Well, guys, if I start having my nails painted more often on streams, you're gonna know why.
Wow. I will not be making any polish out of Vanta Black. It is $14,700 a liter. Yeah, no.
Somebody'd have to pay you the entire amount for all of it.
Yes. A 3 milliliter glass bottle is $44.
Oh, yeah.
That would not be enough to make one of the small bottles. Honestly, though, I mean the ZTU and the Z based ones are, for me, they're $38 for a 5-gram bag. But this 3 milliliter glass one has 1 gram of pigment for $45.
Even without the glitter, like, it's just so... Joe, we can hear you on YouTube.
You can hear that?
Oh yeah, I've been hearing it the whole time, I just hadn't said anything.
Sounds like he's watching the news.
No, he doesn't watch the news. I'm trying to think of whose voice that is.
Here. This. I put a link in my Discord to the Yinmin Blue. The reason why it is so remarkable is because it was the first new blue pigment in almost 200 years.
How?
The guy that made it was working at the University of Oregon, and he wasn't trying to make a pigment. He was trying to make another chemical, and it turned blue. And he just kind of put it aside and didn't really think anything about it. And he tried his experiment again, and it turned blue. And out of curiosity, they wanted to see what the color code was for that blue, because a lot of colors have the color code for them. There
Yeah.
wasn't one. So as he researched it more, he found out that particular blue pigment doesn't exist. So they patent not patent, but they patented the name that they used at the time. I forgot the name that he called it, but it was to honor the university. And Yinmin is its chemicals.
That's
It doesn't fade. It doesn't change. It does. If you leave it in the sunlight, it doesn't change color. You can mix it into paint and blend it and all types of really cool stuff like that. And Crayola came out with a special blue crayon they called Bluetiful. And Lady J wanted it really bad, but um, we couldn't find any Crayola crayons that had a Bluetiful crayon in it for the commemorating of the new color. Years later, they came out with it as a regular color in their box, but she wanted a Bluetiful crayon.
funny name for it too. Have you seen that girl who's like obsessed with the dandelion yellow Crayola color? Yeah, her whole story is really interesting because the dandelion yellow was her, for anybody that doesn't know, dandelion yellow was her favorite colored crayon growing up, and then they discontinued it in like 2007. Um and so she's been collecting every dandelion crayon that she can find and reached out to the internet, and people have been sending her all the dandelion crayons that they can find. Um and Crayola is doing a limited run to bring back, I think it's like 5 or 7 different crayon colors that were discontinued, and dandelion was one of them. So it's a limited time thing for her to be able to go get like new ones. And because this whole story has gotten so popular on the internet, Crayola actually sent her a PR box full of dandelion crayon merch, which I thought was really neat. It's all kinds of stuff. She got like water bottles and a plushie and all kinds of. I bumped them. Thought I did, but then I see it and definitely bumped. The second coats go on really smooth too. Yeah. Was that nail polish that used 24 karat black diamonds? The people that do crazy things to me is just. They're like, yeah, I really want to spend stupid money on things that don't matter. Let's put diamonds in my nail polish.
Yeah, I looked it up. This is it here. The bottle, the original version of it was $250,000 a bottle because it had one bottle had 267 carats of black diamonds.
Holy.
They came out with a $25 bottle of it that had one black diamond in it because they crushed up the black diamond to make it into a pigment. That's insane.
Yeah, I can see what you mean by like the satin effect versus the gloss while it's on. I actually don't mind the satin, but I can see putting a top coat on it at some point to bring out the vibrancy.
Yeah. 267 carats is about 53.5 grams of diamonds.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of diamonds.
Yeah. That's like 2 newbies. Because newbie just hit a little over 30 grams recently. Like almost gotten so big. Might be able to finally figure out gender soon.
End up calling it a night too.
All
I got to get
right.
up early as well. Lady J is she was asked to be part of a car show. Well, we were going to go to the car show this Saturday, but it's at our local mall,
Mm-hmm.
and she was asked to bring her car into the mall to
Oh,
be inside the hallway of the mall. Only a couple of cars are going to be able to do that, and she was invited to be one of them.
oh, that's so
Um,
cool.
so we have to do a lot of work this week cleaning because it's her daily driver car. So we
Right.
have to get all the dust and dirt out of the engine, out of the seals, the doors, inside. We got to detail her car. So I've been rushing to get all the extra little lights and stuff for her car finished and installed.
Yeah.
You saw that video that I posted in my Discord where
Yeah.
she's driving her car towards the camera. That was me driving
Yeah.
towards the camera. The light in the hood that's blinking blue and white, I installed that for her for this. So, but yeah, she got invited to be in the mall for the car show. Oh, she has both of us have a 2023 Dodge Chargers. They're both last calls. Hers is an RT with a 5.7 liter engine. Mine is a Super B, which is based on a Scat Pack. It's got a 6.4 liter engine. Um, Hers is an RT Plus because we ordered it and it was built specifically for her because it has, like it has Dodge Charger RT Plus, and then on the window sticker and above it, it says custom made for, and it's got her name on it because we ordered it and the factory puts your name on the window sticker. Um, Mine was just an off the lot Super B that I bought on accident. A dumb story behind that. We had a 2020 Dodge Charger that was indigo blue that was such a base model of a car. It's as if we bought it from a rental place when they were done with it. It was that, but we bought it brand new from the dealer, but it had nothing in it. It was indigo colored. That's why Jamie wanted it so badly. So that's the one that we kept. I'm explaining Nova how I bought it on accident. I got a letter in the mail from Dodge saying that there's a recall for my car, that the parts are on order. Go to the dealer and you could get your name on the list. It was a voluntary recall for a problem, not a problem, but something going on with the side airbag right there next to where your seatbelt is, because it's got the side airbags. So on a Saturday afternoon, we went to the dealer that we bought her car from, and went to service, and they said, yeah, we'll let you know when the part comes in. Your name's on the list. And when we came out, the gentleman that sold us her car was there, and I made a joke, sell me one like hers. And she was like, "Oh, that'd be kind of cool." And I was like, "Really?" And he was holding a window sticker in his hand, and at this particular dealer, they laminate all the window stickers before they put them in the car, right? So it was all nice and laminated, and he took me out in the lot, and we found an RT just like hers, same color, nowhere near the options, because when we ordered her car, we ordered everything for her car. By the time he got the price for me, he looks over at the Super B, which they only made 500 of these cars, and he said, "I have this one, and it's not much more." And I was like, "Man, I know how much you want for that car, and it is way more." He showed me the window sticker he'd been carrying around. They were asking an extra amount of money over the price of the car because during then they were selling the dealer adjusted price. It was a little bit over $22,000 over the MSRP is what they were asking. He had a new window sticker in his hand because they just dropped that off the car that afternoon before we got there. And he had just made the new window sticker when I made the joke, sell me one like hers. And I'm doing the math in my head, and I'm like, man, that's like less than 4,000 more than this other one over here. And the Super Bs come decked with everything you can imagine in the car, absolutely everything. And I looked at Lady J, and I said, "Hey," and I said we could do his and hers, and she said that would be really cool. And I'm not kidding you. I went, "Really?"
I know
I
I've
didn't
heard
have
this
to
before, and
ask
it's
for
still funny.
permission or beg for forgiveness. I was given permission. 8:30 that night on a Saturday, I drove home with my blue Charger that matched hers. I didn't go in there to buy a car, and since it's a collector's car, I couldn't pass it up.
Sorry, Marvin just showed up. He's like, "Oh, it's a cute color for nail polish. Did you take care of them at the salon?" No, funny story. Zap and Lady J just sent me my own custom engraved, homemade, handmade nail polish colors. They have the Kirarahime engraved on them and Lady J, and it says "Zapped by Zap" at the bottom, and there's color shifty ones, and yeah. So I now have 8 of my own nail polish colors and little containers to hold them in, and the foam on the inside actually has my fish engraved on it too. Is the Kara color? It is. It's literally the exact. Where is it? I put it. It's the exact same color as the metallics for my cosplay. Like, it's couldn't have put it any closer if you literally tried.
That was an accident. I didn't even see that piece of material before we made this.
Yeah, well, it's the exact.
Happy accident.
Yeah, it's the exact color.
What's funny to you, it's the exact color. To the camera, it's a blue.
It's the shift. So the
you have
the
to shift it to
purple,
purple.
the purple shift is identical, and then the blue is just like a nice added side effect. It's beautiful, but like the purple is spot on. I don't know if I can get it to angle where it shows the purple well. The camera's being mean. It's not the polish. I'll have to take some nice pictures and see if I can get it to be at the purple shifted spot. But
Video is what you'll have to take.
yeah.
No, Nova, I don't own an oil rig. I just own 2 very large car loan notes. We go to car shows together with our 2 cars, and people ask, "How do you guys afford that?" I'm like, "It's easy. It's called crushing debt."
Yeah. Yeah, this color is amazing, and the fact that I've got my fish and my name and everybody's names on it, like, so cool.
Malcor, I sent you a link to Lady J's Instagram for her car, so you can see both of our cars in that. You can see a lot of the stuff she's done.
You're welcome to post those things right in my Twitch chat if you want.
I'll put that one in there. I mean, she's not too worried about people getting that Instagram because there's QR codes on her car that have it anyway.
Yeah.
I used we have a Cricut cutter, and I cut out the QR. I made QR codes with her Instagram on there. So that's hers. That's the Instagram to her car.
Should have called him Edric's Microwave, My Battalion, Tissue Statue, House Thrown Coward.
That's funny. So I didn't think about that. If I was a little more creative when it comes to names, I would have. I literally put the name of the pigment on there.
Yeah,
those
no,
names
this is awesome.
are the names of the pigments themselves. I didn't come up with those names.
No, I like everything just the way it is. Marvin wants to know what would be your choice of dream car. Also,
yeah, I saw that. I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, what would be your affordable daily car?
Well, really, affordable, I couldn't pick it because it would be a 68, 69 Jaguar, the XJ12s. And they're not affordable only because they're cheap to buy and they cost a fortune to maintain and repair. I owned a Jaguar once. I owned one Jaguar, and it was so expensive to repair and maintain. Oh my gosh.
Even if you did it yourself, is it just the parts are hard to find?
Everything about it. Every tool you have to use is special. Every part is special. The maintenance on it is really difficult. That Jaguar was so bad. I enjoyed the car, but it died. It literally died so hard I gave it away because it couldn't be fixed. And it wasn't like the engine blew up. It just decided not to run anymore. And we couldn't figure out how to get it to run, so I gave it to a guy. And all he did was pull the parts out of it to use on his wife's Jaguar that was the same year because the inside of my car was better than hers.
Lady J, you're supposed to be sleeping. It says except the purple.
Oh, that's right. I think we did change it. Yeah, the 69 Dodge Charger with a 440. Yeah, that's what she would like.
The Chargers are nice. I love the Challengers. If I had my way, I'd have one of those, and then my day-to-day car would be like a Nissan Rogue. I don't know why. I just
Challengers,
love
though,
the
don't
Rogue.
you, Kayla?
Huh?
You like the two-door Challengers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I have the four-door Charger.
Yeah, and they're similar, but for whatever reason, every single time I see a Challenger, I'm like, ooh, I really like that car. And then I look and I'm like, crap, it's the same car every time. My mom used to do the exact same with, I don't know if I can remember what it was. But she used to do the same thing, and my dad did what Joe does to me now and be like, it's the same car. Like every time she would point it out. And now I've done the exact same thing, but with the Challengers. But at least I know now and be like, oh yeah, that's one. That's the Challenger right there. And that's why I like it. I've seen some really pretty ones. I've seen one almost in this shade of purple. I would die. I would want a purple one with like this kind of purple to it, and then like a red interior, a red and black interior.
Yeah, Marshmallow, the Nissan Skyline. You get the was it the V12 version of it? I think they had. That was an amazing car too.
Okay, as much as I love the Challenger, a 67 Impala would be awesome too, but that's because I'm a Supernatural fan and like that car is just I would have baby. It would be great. Hennessy Venom? I don't know what that is. What are you going as for TennoCon?
One would be
Auntie.
amazing too.
Citrine. I was gonna be working on her, and I will do as soon as I know that I'm not gonna tip and paint and mess up this polish. But I have been working on Citrine. Literally threw my helmet to the side, like, who cares? Polish. Oh, look, see? If I'm in this exact spot, it looks the exact same. It's the same color as my shiny purple. It matches. But yeah, so I'm working on the helmet. I'll be adding more crystals and then building the back part. This is not going to be an insanely long stream. I am going to try to end at like 4 or 5 a.m. instead of going until like 10 or 11 in the morning to do the full 12-hour. I know I was warning people ahead of time, but DE is dropping off a lot of Tenno after prime time, so I want to make sure I'm well rested. I don't have to prep food now because Joe and I went out to dinner and I had I wanted to celebrate the subathon doing so well and my mom finally being out of my hair and all of that, so I ordered 3 appetizers. And we were picking at the appetizers, and apparently I ate too much of the appetizers that I didn't even eat a single bite of my burger. So now I have a whole burger, a bunch of sweet potato fries, a couple of pickles, a half of the little steak and cheese egg roll thing, which was quite good. Some onion rings, a potato skin, and 2 chicken, cheese, and jalapeno quesadilla pieces. So I've got food for probably 2 days, and that way I don't have to prep anything for that, but I'd like to make sure that all the animals are fed and everything ahead of time and not have to rush around during stream to do that. So you trade your F40 for a Hennessy Venom in a heartbeat. Am sleepy, can't sleep, heard Zap talking about my car. Yeah, that would do it. Are you planning on making the crystals on the belly? The same way that I was making the crystals on the helmet, but it's the same concept. So to give it a little bit more rigidity, to make it more rigid, instead of using the expanding foam, which is pretty decent, I did originally start making everything out of, I'm not going to bring over the whole chest piece because I actually have most of that done, but I did start making them out of hot glue. So they look pretty much the same. I'd say the hot glue ones are a bit more sharp than the expanding foam ones, but the expanding foam ones are significantly lighter. So the change in detail of it being this crisp versus this light, I was like, it's not happening. I don't care. I don't want these to have any weight to them because they're going to be hanging, some of them are going to be hanging off of the actual body. So I'm probably going to leave the chest area with these ones and maybe do that with the back as well, since that's going to have the most amount of movement, and I'd like them to be solid and not like squishing or like sticking to each other. But yeah, everything else is made out of the expanding foam, and there's just like a multi-step process to turn them from this color to this color. But yeah, originally I was doing them with like the whole hot glue thing. But yeah, if you look at Citrine, I'll pull up the pictures. If you're looking at Citrine anyway, her crystals are kind of smaller and clustered anyway, so I'm not actually bothered by the fact that they have slightly softer edges. Pardon me. Your daily would be a 90s S and King Cab. Had one. Here, we are on day 10 or 11. Your stream title says 10, but Discord says 11. Did I not change the title properly? I thought I changed it.
Yeah, it's showing day 11 for me. You might need to refresh.
I was gonna say, I thought I changed it. You must have been here before stream officially started, so just reload the page and it should say it. But yeah, we're on day 11, and there's still, I thought the clock wasn't moving. I was like, I made that move for a second. There's still 19 hours left. Because Malchior thought it was funny to drop $1,000, which ends up putting 22 hours on the clock, because I give a bonus for the larger amounts. And, he was like, Thursday or bust! And I was like, shit, alright, I guess we're going to Thursday, which I appreciate because the DE raid is gonna be here, but at the same time, I'm like, no sleep for me. I'm running on an hour and a half. I actually feel fairly awake, but I'm gonna crash, and I don't want to. I always say that after I breathe in too hard and I yawn. I don't want to be dead to the world tomorrow, so this is not going to be a super late night stream. I'll probably go for like another 4 hours or so, and then go to bed. You could find nicely based classic. Actually quite happy with the Sally Hansen Instagram. But you wanted to try Essie gel setters since you hear so many good things. Yeah, I have had Essie nail polishes before. Again, working in a beauty supply store, you kind of get you're allowed to test all of the polishes. Essie's not bad in general. Which was wrong on my end. I don't know why it keeps doing things like that to use the shark. I appreciate you pointing it out to me because I wouldn't want incorrect information. But yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure I fixed it. I don't know because I was awake for well over 24 hours before I finally got a little bit of sleep, so. Pick any cars a daily would drive an MT 1946 Caddy Series 61. These are all, this sounds like gibberish to me. You haven't been on Twitch in so long. It's been a while since you've been able to watch your streams, says Andy Cypress. Yeah, it has been a little bit. But yeah, so I'm gonna put these over here on my desk so that they don't get anything on them. they're gonna go on my shelf, and when my nieces come over, I'm gonna be like, we're not playing with these ones. You can play with all the other polishes, and not these ones. Because my littlest niece, she's so freaking funny. If you leave her alone in my bedroom for all of like 5 minutes, she's already got lipstick on, she's painting her nails, like all that stuff, because her mom doesn't really allow her to do any of that. I mean, I know she's little. It's not like she's wearing it to like... She's not doing it for the wrong reasons. She's just like having fun with the stuff. And I was like, that's okay, you can do that here. Aunties are supposed to let you break the rules. So, yeah. She gets like 5 minutes alone in my room. She's got her favorite, it's technically it's basically a tinted chapstick. It's the equivalent of like a tinted chapstick. And it's too funny that she picks that as her favorite one out of my plethora of lipsticks that I've acquired over the years. Because that's my favorite too, because it's my daily wear one, because it's very light to wear. It's not like a heavy lipstick or a solid color. It basically just kind of tints your lips. And it's too funny because she picks that one every time. So she picks that one, and then she's got her nails painted and all the stuff. And then she'll take my tiara that you guys got me off of Throne. And she'll pick out a pair of my heels, and she'll wander around the house. It's too funny. She's only 5. Fun, Auntie Kira. Both for your sister and Joe's family. It's my brother's kids, but yeah. My sister doesn't have any kids yet. They are going to start trying after they get back from Japan. I'm excited for them. You best believe I will be saving up a trip to go out there. She has a baby, I'm going. I'll deal with running into my mom again to meet a new niece or nephew. She will be at some point, Marvin. They haven't gone yet, but they're going this year. I don't remember when she said. But she will be going, and her and her husband. And then they're going to be trying for a family after. She's a I only want one and done kind of person for kids. She's like, well, if I like having the first one, maybe a second. And her husband's over here wanting like an entire soccer team's worth of kids. And I was like, alright, I mean, that's between the two of you, but good luck. See my messages. I saw you saying that you have one of the Flareon card, right? I'm missing that one. During July, they have a warning for earthquake in Tokyo. Sadly can't stay up. Sent you a message hours ago, but text me after stream. Yeah, I meant to respond to that. I started to respond, and then I was just like, oh no, I'm gonna pass out now. Because I saw it at dinner, and then we were just busy before I was able to do a proper response. But yeah, I will message you back. What happens when I let them fully dry in the molds? It pulls at the silicone and makes it all icky. It's just the ones that have the deep ridges, like this one and this one. It like yanks at it. But, okay. Sounds like a person you used to work with. They had the first child and were happy with the one and done mentality. 2 and a bit years later, she's pregnant with number 2, which was, I believe, the result of Valentine's Day celebrations. Yeah, my sister was like, we'll see how I feel after 1. And then me over here being like, I want like 4. 4 or 5. Good. I'd have all the kids. Oh, I didn't let the second coat on this one dry long enough. It's okay. I'm not gonna try to fix it now just because I don't. It's just gonna keep happening. I am impatient. Later. Polish is so freaking pretty. Finally finished both Duviri. The circuit nodes finally in a single week, says Hawkesbury. Nice. Make sure you guys are all caught up with the 1999 stuff because the new Isle Weaver update comes out on the 25th. I don't know if you guys saw the notifications for that, but that is coming out. They have an official day for it now. I had a feeling it was going to be around that time. Usually when they just give us a month and not a day, it's because they're trying to push it as long as they can to just get out as many bugs as possible. Or sending it our way. This one's really in there. Stuck. No giveaway? What do you mean no giveaway? Children are God's way of punishing parents? If you're emotionally mature enough, having kids is not... It's not like, you know, a death sentence for yourself. Just finish your latest coda. Hard drive electric pizza lady pounder. That's a good one. Thought they fixed names like that. Apparently not. Clarion wasn't Pogo. Go, not TCG Pocket. Oh, okay. Yeah, as much as I like Pokemon Go, I can't play that with you guys because it reveals rough locations and different Pokestops that would be nearby. So I can't play Pokemon Go with you guys. Why did that discolor? Why did what discolor? Oh, because of the purple? Yeah, Twitch believes that you posted a link. So it changes it to a link, which is weird because you can't post links. But for whatever reason it let it through. Probably because it's a .exe. Usually you give some dirty plat away during a subathon. Yeah, I do have more plat prizes and stuff like that, but I'm saving a lot of those for tomorrow because it's going to be chaotic here, and I figured why not add fuel to the fire. Suggest a good song to go with your working. Sadly, I can't play music that is copyright, so no song suggestions, but I will turn the Warframe OSTs back on in a moment. Lullaby Luna02, thank you so much for the follow. Don't click that, people. It's a virus. That's funny. Right, I'm not gonna make any more of these right now because I don't want to pop the window open. Joe did help me put the ACs in today, so I'll be good for tomorrow's heat, even though I'm sure Zap will be like, it's not even hot, but it's gonna be, like 84 or something like that, 84, 86, and I get heat sickness very easily, so I was not risking it.
That cold here now at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, well, I'm sure that is for you, but I'm over here, like, boiling. I don't like hot weather. Yeah, it's supposed to be, so it's 81 today, and it's supposed to be, oh, it went up. Ugh. 87 tomorrow. It was at 86. It's supposed to be 87 tomorrow. The rest of the week's not too bad. 78, 65, 68, 74, and 77. But with it being 87, and like I said, I get heat sickness, like, super quick, where I'll start to feel dizzy and nauseous and just it's no fun. So the AC is gonna be a must. I'm gonna try to keep this room as cool as possible. Can you play privately generated AI music? Technically, yes. There's no issues with that because you can't copyright AI. But yeah, I'll turn the Warframe OSTs back on a minute. I turned them off because it was hard to hear everybody. A little bit short, but that's okay. So happy having new ones of these because it cuts so much smoother than the old one that I was using that's got like hot glue stuck to it at this point. Now I have 50 of them or so because I have 2 boxes. So when they start to get dull, I can just get another one. With this kind of stuff, it's not too bad if it gets a tiny bit dull, but EVA foam, like, you want super sharp blades if you can because it cuts nicer and leaves a nicer edge, which means less work trying to hide your seams. Though there's not a ton of EVA foam work left for the cosplay. The back of the helmet and then the things around her ankles and a little bit of the Cyan Dana is going to have EVA foam, and I think everything else, oh no, her wrist cuffs too will. Everything else is just going to be fabric with upholstery foam, giving it specific shape. Because you can see how on Citrine's body it kind of goes in at her waist, out towards her hips, and then there's like a little lump at the hips. I want to help accentuate that by using some upholstery foam underneath the fabric or in its own little pocket of fabric, and I'm hoping that should work, because I didn't really want to make an entire suit of armor basically out of the foam, because then you just can't move around very much. That's what I did with Wisp last year, and it's very stiff, very bulky, and I was trying really hard to find an option to not do that, because I liked it better the year before when I was working on Protea. Most of Protea's like main body I was able to do out of just fabric, and I liked that aspect and being able to move around a lot more. And I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to make things too tight. I don't care if that makes me look a little bit heavier. I'm not wearing a tight cosplay just for the sake of it being tight, because it's so uncomfortable. I just want to be comfortable and look as close to the character as possible, and that's been the goal this year. And if people say mean things in the comments on Twitch, I'm just gonna go tell them to pound tar, so don't care. Can go away. This. For everyone who hasn't been here while I've been working on this particular costume, don't worry, these will get used up. I'm either going to carve them to look like little cobblestones or bricks. I haven't really 100% decided yet. And then they'll be used inside my reptile tank. One of many. Don't know who yet. But there's all kinds of like cool designs that people make with these, and then they cover them with aquarium grade silicone so that they're waterproofed and all that fun stuff. I have all my this year you will beat up your Relly cosplayer from last year. No, she's extremely nice. I don't want to... I did tell her that I would be going ham this year to try to compete, and she was like, alright, let's go. But no, she was super nice to chit-chat with and stuff like that last year, so... Like, I'm not gonna try to be mean. I don't even know... One, I don't even know if she's actually going this year, and two, I have no idea if she's gonna cosplay planned or what it would be, because she's not on social media posting her stuff, and I was like, why not? I would absolutely watch you do your cosplay process. I watch all kinds of cosplay videos, both tutorial and just like enjoying this kind, like basically this as videos. Mad respect. Would have made this cosplay a bit easier, but less authentic. Did I miss something? Like 8 or 9 argon crystals in the past 3 missions, and you don't have any resource-related boosters active. This maker says the feeling when you just woke up, you have no idea who you are or where you are, despite the fact that you were falling asleep sober. Can I just say that I have mad respect for you not using 3D printing to make this cosplay? Respect. Made the cosplay a lot easier, but less authentic. Thank you. Yeah, there were people being like, oh, well, you could have just 3D printed, and this isn't me trying to mock the person, it's just like, that is a mindset for a lot of people. They're like, oh, well, you could have just 3D printed a bunch of pieces and then cast them in, like, a elasticy material, and then you would be able to use that as like the base for the suit. And I was like, yeah, but you lose a lot of the fun. I like the tactile, like, build it with my hands feeling. I've always been into 3-dimensional style art like this. Clay used to be one of my favorite mediums, and then I also really like plaster strips. I used that when I was in high school, and it's a very nice tactile fun project. Don't get me wrong, like drawing and painting a picture on a flat surface and stuff like that, it's fun. I do definitely enjoy it, and I'll do it time to time. But I like taking materials and going from just a bunch of random somethings or just a bunch of random nothings to, like, an actual piece in the end. Especially working with EVA foam is really fun because you're going from a flat piece of something to something like this. Like, most of this is EVA foam, just, like, wrapped in fabric. And it's just a lot of fun to be able to build up that process, just from going to from something flat to something 3D like this. Joe was teasing, saying I looked like I can't remember what he said, the lap of something, one of the dinosaurs. He's like, oh, you look like the dinosaur. I was like, does it not look good? He was like, well, you look like the dinosaur. And I was like, yeah, but I also look like Citrine. I think she has hers just, like, maybe slightly closer together. I don't know. If you look close enough at Citrine's helmet, like, it's not too far off. Obviously, it still needs, like, the whole back piece to help with the shape. But apparently right now I look like a dinosaur. Juneteenth is the 19th. So your Juneteenth, June 15th. What's Father's Day? Looks like candy. Yeah, a lot of people were saying that this looks like a rock candy. And again, I don't mind that this has slightly rounder edges and it's not super sharp, because that's probably what would happen to a crystalline structure if it were moved around a lot anyway. You wouldn't have everything being really spiky. It would get rounded off from wear and tear if it weren't already broken. So, yeah, I'm really happy with this. Nail polish looks so good against that red and orange. It is so pretty. Off for the night. So glad you liked it all. Lady J is super happy too. Oh man, I'm over the moon. I just wish it would... Oh, you can kind of see the purple more if I tilt my finger like this. And then the blue, and then the purple. I just wish it would pick up better on camera. That's literally my only issue. And then me being stupid, putting a second coat on this and then not waiting long enough. But yeah, I'm obsessed. I will definitely be putting the glitter on the rest of the nails. I just wanted to be able to get to the costume. And I knew I was gonna fudge up at least one of them. But I'm so grateful. Like, this is so cool. I know we were talking about the fact that you said I would never have to order nail polishes and stuff from you, but I didn't realize you were going to be sending it to me. Just like, here you go, have them all now. Oh, man. Or like a Halo Elite Brute helmet from Halo 2-3. You talked it out with Joe. That's so funny. Oh, man. Joe's over here making surprises happen for all the people. Okay, what the fuck? 2 days ago, it was at 15 minutes. Who keeps it going? Malchior does do a lot, but... Yeah, shiny rock. Malchior has been doing a lot. There are quite a few people who have stepped forward and keep pushing the timer. Jorak's done some, Halo did some, Violet did more than she was supposed to. So there are a lot of people who have been helping. Malchior just likes to be a Malchior and throw large subs all at once. But everybody else, he was also teasing the timer for a while, and so were a lot of people. It got down to 15 seconds. 15. That's not fair. That's not nice. It was under a minute several times yesterday. Like, just kidding, we're going to Thursday, people. 12 days in. Keep making it so that people have the last few seconds to toss those hearts at you. Yeah, exactly. Hawkspree keeps doing like 20 bits here, 20 bits there, and then it eventually adds up to a minute, and I throw another minute on. It was at 15 seconds, and I thought I was going to bed, damn it.
Talk what to me?
Huh? Oh, about the polish.
Oh. Yeah, I forget how long ago that was.
Yeah, because a couple weeks ago, he was talking about the fact that they were making the polishes, and what colors I would want. And I was like, oh yeah, I'll totally buy them. And he was like, you can't buy them. You're not gonna buy polishes off of me. But I didn't know that he had stuff ready or was gonna be sent or anything like that. So this color changing one is so pretty because there's certain angles where there's like a pink that comes into it too. Alright, let me put the frame.
May 26th.
Yeah, I don't think our conversation was not long before that. Yeah, that was, he literally had talked to me 2 days prior. Y'all are cruel, but it looks like you might get a house yet, I know, you guys are insane. I've made more this in the last 11 streams than I do typically in an entire month. By a significant threshold, like a significant portion. I'm just opening some reference images because after I glue some crystals on, I should be able to get to the majority of the back part of the helmet today. So. You'll join back tomorrow. Catch you later, Andy Cypress. That working on the helmet, I'm gonna just focus. I did say that if we manage to get the Subathon magically to last until July 1st, that I will set up some sort of like house fund. Not necessarily through Throne, but maybe like a separate PayPal link or something to a separate PayPal account where you guys would be able to put money towards that and I wouldn't be allowed to touch it. You'd have to trust that I wasn't going to touch it, whereas with Throne, I would have to like prove to you that I canceled it out. But Throne wouldn't be taking their cut. I think their cut is higher than PayPal. And if for some reason I was able to come up with like the rest and could start using that on a house, like it just makes it a lot easier doing it that way. And then Malkior was just like, haha, this is all fun to joke about putting it on Throne, but get a CPA so that you don't get in trouble for all of a sudden receiving like a stupid amount of money and somebody thinking it's like a wire transfer. What'd you miss? Why are we back at 18 hours? Malkior gave $1,000 last night. So, yeah. Alright, I'm gonna start gluing more crystals on, because it is necessary. Go from there. That sounds about right. Yeah, he wrote, Thursday or bust. because there's the DE raid on Thursday, which was discussed after I had already told you guys that I was willing to, you know, do the subathon starting on the 1st. So it's not like I was like, oh yeah, I'll plan a subathon, because I would have started it closer to the actual raid if I tried to plan that myself to be sneaky. I'm gonna see how much I can get done. I don't even know if I'll make it to 4 a.m. before my brain starts to shut off, but we will see. I'm gonna try for that. Yeah, I did say that if we somehow managed to get this stream to go all the way to July 1st, that I would take that as a sign that the Throne House Fund thing is something you guys actually want to do. And it's not just a joke. But it would be the equivalent of, like, putting money towards a specific gift, and obviously the gift would just be a freaking house. I'm trying to figure out... I was trying to figure out how little I could ask for while still being able to get a good house, because obviously the houses around here that are ideal, without going crazy or anything like that, are like $550,000. And I didn't feel comfortable asking for that. I still don't feel comfortable asking for most of this, but yeah, so that's that. And I was like, all right, well, how much could I ask, and then maybe the mortgage company would give me a loan for the rest. And so it's kind of hovering around the like $250-ish thousand mark. And then the mortgage for the house would be the same as what I'm paying for rent here, so I could use that as leverage to be like, hey, I've already been affording that, plus here I have a massive down payment, please give me a mortgage. It's in there like it. The HOT call is no joke, madam. We really want to see you in not crap. Oh well, you and me both. I'd like to be in the woods. A nice town. Or city. Preferably town. A little smaller. Back in Massachusetts. Not that Rhode Island isn't lovely and all, but I'm real sick of it. And I do understand that that wouldn't be an overnight kind of goal either, so it would probably be something that would be up there for a few years. This is a decent kind of gift. change directions. Here. Should be able to build this down the back of my head. After I get these crystals all the way to like here, I'll start prepping how I'm going to attach the back piece. So I was trying to decide, I think I'm gonna put snaps on through the Velcro to attach to the back of the helmet, and then I think I might try to run some of the floral wires down the inside of the back of the helmet and like maybe down my neck, or have something super sturdy that can like do that and then down the back of my neck just a little bit so it'll hold the back of the helmet up, because that's a lot of stuff to hold off like the back of my neck. So because like this would be its only this spot across here would be its only like connected spot to the front, and then the little things that go down that are like this thick that go down to the chest area, you know, could definitely help with the counterweight. But it is going to be fairly light, but at the same time I want it to be sturdy and stay up straight. So I am going to try to put something into it that gives it some stuff so it's not going to fall off, because there's no point of contact between the back and the front, and I want them to be detachable. I could do some sort of like string thing that allows the back to like connect to here with like a fishing wire, something that's super thin, you won't notice it, and then to take the helmet off I'll just like tilt that up and then be able to unvelcro it and pull the helmet off that way. That's the only other thing. If I can't get it to stay up well on its own, that will help give it something to hold to the front of the whole piece. It's like this is where my head is going to stop, and there's that whole part that comes up and around the sides, plus the Signa. So it's a lot of weight off of the back of my head that's not even against me. And then there's the floating crystal that'll be about here too. I do know that this is a subathon, so for those that didn't hear me say it earlier, I am not going crazy tonight. I'm gonna go until I can't manage, or 4/5-ish a.m. rolls around, because there's a DE raid tomorrow, and I want to be well rested before that happens. I will do a nice long stream for tomorrow. It'll go well into the morning again. to take full advantage of that, and I'll probably only start around like maybe 6 p.m. or so, right around the time the actual prime time starts. And I'll do maybe this for like an hour, and then about an hour or maybe a half hour before the raid, I'll swap over to actual Warframe and go from there and play Warframe for the majority of the rest of the night. Just to... It seems the most financially smart, not financially, it's the... to make sure that people hopefully stick around and give stream a chance. My best bet is to show off Warframe gameplay to all of the newbies, rather than have the raid come in and I'm just working on the costume. Not that this isn't fun, and you guys are enjoying it, but yeah. So that's the plan. Not gonna get a ton of this done. Later into the night, once the numbers start to dwindle and it's mainly just like lurkers and then the people who are, you know, actually enjoying themselves, I'll probably swap over to this, but that won't be until much later. So that should, like, this is where my head was, so that should go back of the head. So we still have a lot more crystals to go. I think that's good for the width on this side, though, because they're going to need to be able to fit. That. But yeah, I'm already feeling the sleepies again, even though I had a little bit of a nap. So it definitely will not be a super late night, but I gave you guys warning days in advance, so I don't feel like it's as bad as if I just decided, oh yeah, I'm just not gonna stream one of the days during the subathon to get sleep. So I definitely wanted to put some time and effort in today. The only days that I will probably either miss or have to do short streams for were the 2 parties that I said. But both of those are in July, so that's only if we manage to make it to that. fit in here perfectly if just this little bit is missing. For those of you that weren't here earlier, I bought a lot more foam cans. So I am gonna continue to just make crystals. I am gonna make more tomorrow, but I am just gonna continue to make crystals. Whatever else is left over in the end, I will just like, airbrush and give away. But I'd rather accidentally make too many than run out of time because I didn't prep enough of them. Hello, Rain, how are you? Just so this right there. There was too much of a gap between the different crystal spot. I'm actually really excited that I can now take this absolutely stunning nail polish and bring it to the nail salon. I'm wondering how well the color changing one will work as a design. So I know they take like the world's tiniest paintbrushes, I swear are only like 3 hairs held together by hopes and dreams, to like paint onto the nails themselves. And I'm wondering if they could do that with the color changing one so that I could have the lotus symbol and then it would change purple and more of like a white color inside. For those of you that didn't see it, it's well, I know theoretically, yes, Zap, but I'm wondering if I can find a particular nail salon that will do that for me because, I tried to get that done last year, and I only went to one nail salon, but I tried to get that done last year, and she was like, your nails are too small. You can't do that design. That's not possible. And I was like, the lotus symbol? I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah? I had to refresh. I was like, I could absolutely get the lotus symbol detailed on my nails, because my nails are usually longer than this. I just don't have those, like, big, chonky acrylics. Can do line art, line-sized art with that polish. It looked like it. It looked like the, it looks like it's milky and thin enough to do that. But I'm pumped. I might try it myself. If I can't find a salon that'll do it, but I always manage to chip nail polish, no matter what I do, what brand it is, it doesn't matter. Like, I chip it, it peels off, like something. But it doesn't do that when I go to a nail salon. I don't know what base coats, top coats, whatever magic they do. It always stays better, so. Plus, bonus for me, if something does chip while I'm up in Canada, I can just fix it because it's my own phone. I should hydrate. I have not done near enough of that today. Done a little bit of hydrating, but not what I should have. Oh, I remember what else I wanted to pick up at Walmart. Some crackers. That's okay. I still have a whole, like, sleeve or two. That was the one thing I forgot at Market Basket. Was NP sorry? Plus he's for goodness.
Drink!
Hey, Blasphemy. Where is my... I think my water's actually still in the other room. I didn't even bring it over here, so... Hold on. Let me go get it. Stretches my legs. They've come back with the liquids. Hello, Taquito. You're getting your new GPU soon? Nice. Which one did you go with? Not that I know all that much about GPUs, but hit me with the specs. Any drowns? 2 hydrates and a drown. Okay. RX 680 600. Interesting. Probably the best budget gaming card. Okay, alright. Well, that looks like it mostly lines up, and I'll just shove one of the taller bits in there. I still have my stockpile of ones that I made just to fill in these exact kind of gaps when they arise. Too deep of a crevice. It's gonna be a pain in the ass to paint. And then the same thing. Let's try to do that. Trying to make it easier for future me. reminder in your iPad to send me the info you want on your cards. Oh yeah. Robot assistant. Oh wait, she doesn't like to be called that. Alexa, set a reminder for noon to send Zap the business card info.
Okay, I'll remind you. Follow up every hour to tell me this is done.
The funny thing is I had a reminder set on her, but then I ended up getting too busy, and I clearly said Zap, but she thought I said Zach. So when she read it back to me, I was like, Zach? I don't need to send Zach a message. Well, hurts, by the way. So what am I doing? I am working on the citrine helmet for my cosplay.
Spiky Fangs is raiding with
Spiky Fangs, thank you so much for the raid. Yeah, you're not a Zach. That's what I mean. Like, it's just funny. I thought it was hilarious. And I was like, well, that's not accurate, but sure, robot assistant, if you say so. Oh no. These ones. I use these to take off the tall pieces and I can shove them into the gaps when the pieces don't want to line up perfectly. I made a few of this mold so I can take off a single crystal, and there's a, let's see, there's the hole. That's not good. So. Little holes aren't too bad. I can kind of fill them with hot glue, but there's a big old gap like that. You're like, nah, that's getting its own little spike. And I'm just filling in some of the deeper crevices because those are the ones that are an absolute pain in the neck to paint, and then they just don't even look any better than if I had just shortened them anyway. Thanks for the lurk, Zap. You're supposed to be sleeping. Personally, you found the live-action Lilo and Stitch terrible. Yeah, I'm not gonna get into yelling about that again. Yeah. I have a lot of opinions on a movie that not only have I never seen, I never will give any money towards. In any capacity. I don't care if it's on Disney Plus or any of those. I refuse to give it a watch. Disgraced Lilo and Stitch IP. Soul Troll redeem. Yeah, I saw that. I just don't know if we're ready for one or not yet, because I covered that spot on my computer, so. Good timing. I'm already standing up. Alright, it's a little too early. For the troll, but I will take the time to stretch. I have been sitting and not doing a whole lot of standing, so I'm actually gonna play standing for a bit tomorrow too, just like on and off, so that I can get some movement in, because I've just been really sitting a lot. So cold here you had to go and turn the AC up. I love that that's become a conversation piece now. I need to eat something. Pretty hungry right now. Oh, I'm not. Surprisingly. Usually I have, like, the munchies around now, but, yeah. I ordered too much food at dinner. I never order food like that. It's, like, not a thing that happens, so. Got 3 different appetizers, and then a burger and fries, and we got the appetizer first, and then after we had been picking at those for a while, then put in the order for the burgers, and by the time the burgers came out, I was too full. I didn't take a single bite. I took a couple of fries, half of the steak and cheese egg roll, and some pickles off of Joe's plate. But I ended up taking a bite of my burger. So, that's tomorrow food now. I'll have snacks and then food and I'll be good. Plus I got a bunch of fruits and stuff, so. I'm gonna take the headset off, so I'm not gonna be able to hear anything for a moment, but I just want to try on the headset, the helmet to see kind of where it's at in terms of the crystals. Like where I have to maybe start to bend them. They are definitely getting to the point where I'm gonna need to start bending them, but my head does really go that far back. God damn, I got a big head. Alright, so that is still where it is. Just re-zip, re-velcro this bottom part. That didn't just dislodge, did it? Because I will cry. No, it just shifted it. Okay. This is supposed to be like that. This. And then I just squeeze my head out. Unpleasant. Squeeze it out like that, but I wanted to try to keep the Velcro at the exact spot. I don't know what I did. I thought there was like a little pimple or something on the very bottom of my earlobe, because I do get those for some reason. They're almost like little cysts in my earlobes. And I squeezed one of them earlier. And I got a big old bruise on the bottom of my earlobe. Like cramp. You had a snack-size bag of chips, 2 Starbucks sandwiches, and a donut. That's all you've eaten. You've been up since 8 o'clock. It's 11:05 right now. Jeez. Your stays on high, especially after today. Freaking 88 degrees, felt like 97. That's what happened the other day. Last week when, it was 94... No, 96 degrees. It was 96 degrees. And it was horrible. And then the next day was 84, and it still felt miserable. I was like, what the hell? You dropped 12 degrees, and I'm still over here melting. It was awful, but, I have 2 ACs in the house now. One of them is near my bedroom, and the other one is actually here in the office, which I did not do last year because I was worried about it being too close to the microphone, but Joe convinced me that, I need to stop being stupid. So, he was right. It makes this room nice, especially during the hottest parts of the day. So, hopefully you can't hear it on the mic. But at least during the day, I can run it to keep this room nice and cool, and then it'll help keep it cool at night. Hey kiddo, how's it going? Cosplay is all done, right? 1, the cosplay is not done. 2, thank you for gifting things on Throne even when I wasn't live. I get emails every time you do that, you know. You can't sneak it in there. Thank you! You know, you've already, for people that don't know, Dragon Blade already put money towards the light projector that I'm gonna be using for the costume, so. Whether he finished funding it or I have to, that's what's happening. Thought I'll give you a little break on the jump scare. Thanks. Much appreciated. Also, Joel the mailman got to stop by today, so there's a plethora of packages on my counter. Feels like Christmas. What about the one AC fan thing that apparently can turn a room Arctic even if it's Arizona levels of heat? I don't know. I'll still probably have to break out the personal-sized, like, personal ACs at some point, but for right now, I'm very glad to know that I'm not going to die or feel like I'm dying tomorrow, because heat sickness is no joke. I don't know if you've ever experienced it, but it is not a pleasant time, and I don't recommend. I get it fairly easily. I get overheated, and then I start to feel, like, nauseous and dizzy and the works. Hyperthermia, yeah, it sucks. Yeah, it's awful. And it doesn't even need to be, like... It usually only happens when it's, like, above 90, and I can't get relief from the heat. At least at all, like, for any period of time. But it happened twice this past week when it was in the 90s and in the mid-80s. I was like, I feel so sick, like so sick to my stomach, not like nauseous, digestive problems, headaches, dizziness, the works. It's so unpleasant. You have excess every month, don't you? It sure feels like it. And a plethora of presents. Some of these pieces just... It's almost like I made them this way. I didn't. Cold shower. I did do that the other day, but it wasn't enough. It helped for a little bit, but then it started to come back. Had it a few times. Your autism brings your sensitivity to heat and cold. Yeah. I'm pretty sure, because I know this is an actual thing for people who are neurodivergent and ADHD especially. Temperature control issues. Self-regulating temperature stuff is no bueno. It doesn't like to work correctly. These ones in there. Looks like they're pretty perfect. But yeah, I've always struggled with temperature regulation. The funny thing is I just didn't realize that all of these symptoms were all part of the same diagnoses. I just thought I was... I don't know. Faking it? Like, I know I'm not faking it, but it always just felt like, I think I'm just crazy. There's no way all this could be happening. Maybe I'm just weak. Nope. My brain just decides to be a little different. I wonder if you could buff this too. So that you need that belt clip fan thing. Yeah. I've seen those where you clip it to your belt, tilt it up onto your shirt, and it makes like a tent for your shirt full of cold air. At least cooler air. Laura was definitely buying her that belt clip fan thingy. Oh, then, you sat next to your former boss when a heat flash hit her. We both had the fan on us, and I could feel a massive wave of heat coming off her. Yeah. Yeah, it's not... when people are saying they're having stuff like that happen, they're not joking. And people don't understand. Some people don't understand. That one, I think, is gonna have trouble with. Does it go out to the sides?
Night.
Actually, I think it just hurts. Reach down. Like that. It's actually I put that out too far, but I think it can go this way. This is the magic of working with something so light and airy. You don't have to struggle at all. I need to trim this so it didn't just look like a flat surface. What do I get? You get like through the tiny bit of hot glue that's holding a couple of these together. It cuts so smooth. I need to build up. Tiny bit more here. here. Basically, what I just cut off of that side will actually fit in pretty perfect. Anything above 26 degrees Celsius and you're very close to passing out, you're gonna get your driver's license again tomorrow. Congrats, it'll be your 3rd time getting it. Why do you have to keep re-getting your license, if you don't mind me asking? I mean, I know I had to get my permit a few times because I waited too long. Either waited too long between getting my permit and attempting to get a license, and then one of the times Massachusetts didn't want to pass me, bikinis. But then I ended up getting my permit again and trying again after moving to Rhode Island. And Rhode Island's driver's test, Rhode Island's driver's test is a joke. You can have a driving ed instructor in your passenger seat. They're not supposed to give you any pointers, but this was still around the time of things opening up, but everybody was still wearing masks. And so my driving instructor was wearing a mask, so the other people that were assessing whether or not you passed the test can't see that she was moving her mouth or what she was saying because our windows were up. So she was just like, don't forget there's a stop sign ahead. And I was like, I know. It's okay. I'll remember to stop before the end of the test. But yeah, it was such a joke. They let the girl in front of me, as long as you don't hit the cones, you don't fail, but they let her try. She had to have fixed herself at least 30 times, and she just kept going, like trying to get herself into the parallel park spot. And like I said, she had to have adjusted herself at least 30 times, and she still passed. And I was like, great. That makes me feel so safe. Here's your time getting it. Learner's license. They expire after 2 years and just have not had anyone to drive with. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I had the same problem. I got my my learner's permit 3 times? Pretty sure it was 3 times before I finally got my license. But I refused. After the 3rd time I got it, I was like, I am not letting this expire or fail or anything. I'm going to get my license. It's happening. So I paid for driver's ed lessons and the works. I was like, I am passing. I'm getting a license. I'm not making other people drive me around. The issue of me not getting my license until well into adulthood had resolved itself. Most people were like, driving so easy. And I was like, I'm not afraid of the other people on the road. I'm afraid of my mental health. I thought that was going to be how I left the world, and I was like, I don't need that anymore. I'm in a much better place. So, yeah, and like, now I actually enjoy driving. I enjoy the freedom, but I was too scared of my own self for quite some time. So I was like, nope, I'm not getting it until I feel better. I'm not giving myself that option. So it took me a long time to even get my permit. I think I was maybe 19 or 20 before I even got my permit for the first time. And then the majority of my first learner's permit, I didn't even get behind the wheel. I don't even know if I had used that one even more than once or twice. But it was a step in the right direction to even just go get it. Hello, Pup Potty. You can go for your restricted if you want to. Then you would have to wait about 18 months and then you can go your full. unless you do defensive driving course, which will knock 6 months off that time frame. Why is there? Did you have like a DUI or something, or is it just like you're? Why is it that you're having to go through this in the first place? Or have you just not had your license before at all? You can go for your restricted if you want, then you have to wait 18 months to go for your full. Unless you did a defensive driving course, which will knock 6 months. You're on a learner's right now. Learners, restricted, full. You have no one that can drive around with to improve confidence. Oh, yeah, that was also my issue. After I started feeling better, I had the same problem. My mom is a huge worrywart when it comes to people driving. Like, she doesn't like anybody else driving. She'll grab onto the oh shit bar at like every turn, and she goes and has like panic attacks when it comes to being on the road with other people driving. So I was like, well, that's off of the options. And then I was still having quite a few issues with my dad at the time, where I was too nervous to even be in the same vehicle for long periods of time, especially with him being in charge of something like that. So I didn't feel comfortable asking him. My aunt and uncle were always busy, so if it weren't for Joe, I don't know if I'd even have my license right now. Because he took the time to show me how to drive, and then also didn't make me feel like stupid or anything. So I genuinely don't think I'd have my license right now if it weren't for him. Because I didn't try driving for the first time until he took me out into a parking lot in his dad's truck and was like, just try. Take your time, just try. We're on a list of drivers that is allowed to drive it. You drove your mother's car 4 times on the open road, and you're one of the list of drivers that's allowed to drive it. She is suffering from post-concussion and tested herself long distance. Oh, jeez. Fox Indigo said, I had my learners, didn't have a chance to get full license, got hit by a car, and decided he didn't really want to drive. Oh, damn. I'm glad you're okay in terms of at least surviving being hit by a car. There's a surprising amount of people that come to hang out here that have been hit by cars. Like, that's a lot. It's more than 3 or 4. Like, I've seen quite a few people talk about the fact that they've been hit by a car. My car several times is shadowy. More times so people are allowed to drive it. She's only made it halfway, then my sister told her to hand the keys over to me so I can drive the rest of the way. Yeah. Because you have driven a bit before, you have a little bit more confidence, but every time you have done the learner's test, I have only needed 1 attempt. Rain was hit by a car on a moped and snapped your thigh bone in half and overlapped it. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that sounds incredibly painful. Holy shit. Kevin says you've been hit by a car in and out of a vehicle. I mean, I've been in a car accident where I was in a school bus and a car tried to pull out too fast from one of the side roads and didn't look at the fact that there was a school bus there. So the school bus bumped the car that was pulling out. The car was in the wrong, but I happened to be on the bus because we were going to a field trip. Actually, we were going to a really cool art exhibit. It was a Lego themed art exhibit for my 3D art field trip. 3D art class field trip. But yeah, we got in a freaking car accident on the way there, so we lost some of the time. at the actual place. I still have pictures somewhere. It was such a cool experience to see all of these like massive Lego sculptures. It's not like a Lego convention sculpture where they're building like houses and displays and whatnot. This was more like an art. It was an art museum, but the subjects happened to be Lego based, and it was really cool. If you've ever seen, one of the popular ones is like this yellow Lego bust of a human that's like ripping open their chest, and like you can see like a pour of more yellow Legos coming out. That was actually at the museum, so I got to see that in person. I got to see like a full-size looking cello that they made. There was another one where different little clusters were hanging from the ceiling, and if you just looked at it, it didn't look like anything specific, but if you looked at it from a very certain angle, it was like a whole image. It was really cool, and it was all Legos. Wait, what? Snapped a thigh bone in half and it overlapped. Trying to imagine it? Yeah, I don't want to, though. No, I know it's not the time for politics, but I'll still ask, are you safe enough in your region? Yes. New England is very liberal, very safe. There was an area in Mass that already was like literally the entire town rallied together to make sure one of these high school kids didn't get scooped up by ice and kept there. But I should be good. Hopefully, for a while. Hopefully it doesn't get worse. But, yeah. No, I am safe for now. Unless they start taking more reproductive health rights away, I should be okay. The more you look at Reddit, the more you worry about people who just want to live and chill. Yeah. But don't let it get you too down. There's a lot of people protesting. There's a lot of people doing a lot of stuff right now, so most people are not just sitting down and taking it. It's not anymore. Nothing pisses you off. Oh, yeah. How much every time you've been hit by a car, you were on your bike? Car drivers really don't see bikes, whether they're motorized or not. Yeah, that... I don't understand. I mean... Sometimes the motorcycle accidents are because the cyclist is being silly and weaving in and out of traffic, and they're like, I didn't see him. And you're like, yeah, no shit, you didn't see him. He was going stupid miles an hour and cut out of nowhere. And then other times people are just not paying enough attention to what's around them. And people and motorcyclists who are doing the correct things end up getting caught in the crossfire. Can't do shit about it here in Canada, and it pisses you off. Yeah, there is a lot going on right now, but I am in New England, so in terms of safety and everything like that, you know, it is probably one of the safer areas, one of the safer regions, especially for anything that has to do with like reproductive health. None of those laws are changing. Everything is still very, very liberal, very the way that I feel like it should be. So that's another reason why I don't want to move to other parts of the country. Poor LA right now, like, good God. You're like, yeah, let's send in the National Guard for peaceful protesters. Let's shoot a reporter in the leg with a rubber bullet because they got a little too close, even though she clearly wasn't even anywhere near them. Sending in the Marines next. E-bike. Kevin says the first time you were hit by a car, you were about 5 years old. You were riding a big wheel out in the street, and because There was a parked car there. The car coming down the street didn't see me. I walked away with a scraped toe. Mind you, this was before helmet laws were a big thing. Well, you're lucky. I feel like it wasn't a heck of a lot worse. An Australian reporter at that. Right. Like, so freaking stupid. I felt really bad for her. Like, he clearly was just waiting for her to be a half a centimeter closer and then just shot her in the leg. No reason. You can clearly see that she is not a threat. She is just reporting. You're not supposed to shoot at reporters and you're not supposed to shoot at medics in any capacity. So, it's just really stupid. I watched the clip a few times being like, yeah, no, that was 100% deliberate. That wasn't just like a stray thing. They weren't trying to like shoot at somebody else. He aimed right at her. That was 100% he meant to hit her in the leg. And just because rubber bullets are less lethal doesn't mean that doesn't freaking hurt. Like, that had to have hurt so bad. Also a British reporter that was shot by LAPD. I hadn't heard that one, but it's still insane. Alive, number 5 is alive. Sup, James? Also a woman they shot point blank in the chest. I hadn't heard that. All these people are just fucking peacefully protesting. Just don't want your neighbors and friends to be taken away for no reason. Most of them don't even make sense. Ooh, I heard the story. Thankfully, there's a happy ending to this story. I heard the story about this little girl and her family, and she was born with an extremely rare condition that makes it so that she can't take in nutrients on her own. And she was able to be flown in from Mexico, and Biden allowed it. And she was getting treatment at some of the best hospitals, and now, you know, she's able to thrive with like this medical backpack thing that helps give her nutrients. So she wears that for like 8 hours a day, and then every few weeks she just goes in to the hospital for more maintenance and stuff. And because she's not here with like proper documentation or whatever, besides just Biden saying it was fine, Trump was ready to kick out this little, like, 5-year-old girl, where if she was sent back to Mexico, she would die within days. So people were rallying around being like, are you freaking stupid? So many people pushed back against it that the Trump administration just backed down and was just like, never mind, I guess she can stay. Like, you're sending her to her death, her literal death, just because what? You don't like her? She's not doing any harm. Trump always chickens out. Well, in this case, I'm glad he did, because there is absolutely zero reason that a family who is here for medical help should be kicked out of the country. They have done nothing wrong. If this was all about... Sorry, I'm getting heated. It's not about criminals. It's never been about criminals. You catch criminals, you find out they're here illegally, you send them home. Other than that, leave people alone. Like, yes, it's ideal if you can come here and be a legal citizen, but, it's hard to do. And there's not a lot you can do, you know, to get by. Like, you're just gonna scrape getting by. You're not causing problems. Sure, it'd be awesome. Work towards citizenship and do the right thing and everything, but good God, if the only crime you've committed is just existing here, come on. Funny thing is Trump is also an immigrant. His family is from Germany. Look at his wife! Man. It is what it is. It breaks my heart. Especially a lot of these people who are here on work visas and stuff like that, and they're just revoking them, and it's the moment it's revoked, you're considered to be here illegally, and then just deporting people? Like, come on. They're raiding people without due process, like, upending people's livelihoods for no reason. Nobody's doing anything wrong. Leave them alone. But yeah, thankfully I should be safe in my area. But yeah, it's not, there's no massive protests going on here that I'd have to worry about being having an issue with, and everything's just been good. Not that there aren't protests, because like Boston and Providence exist, and there's been smaller areas that have protests and stuff going on too, but nothing to the degree of like what's going on with LA. And most of my rights are not being threatened here, just because New England is New England. I think New England would rather be part of Canada at this point, or honestly just annex ourselves and start over. Yeah, it really feels like America is currently trying to emulate 1930s Germany. Especially with the sending people to camps and prisons that are offshore, because if they're offshore, they don't have to follow US rules, and the moment they hit that other soil, it's no longer the US's problem. And I already know that there was stuff that went on where Trump was saying, oh yeah, the homegrowns are next. Excuse you? Now you know you're gonna be sending legal citizens other places. You offered Flareon for trade. Oh, did you? What one do you want in return? In advance. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm doing my best. I'm running on an hour and a half. I don't feel like I'm running on an hour and a half, but I'm sure my brain is like trying real hard. Makes you wonder how long we have till another incident where Canada burns down the White House. Yeah. The Victory Bell or Moltres? Okay. I'm fine with trading those for just, like, some crap card if you don't have another one that I need. I'm pumped to be getting that Flareon, though. Yeah, I'll do... Ooh, my volume is up. Hold on. I'll do that with you right now. Trade in progress. Absolute trade. Is that Flareon in this? I mean, is the... Okay, so it was the Moltres. I'll trade you the Victory Bell for now. But yeah, I'm more than happy to trade you the Moltres for whatever you have if you don't have one that I'm missing. Also putting away neurodivergent people, sending them to camps. I don't know how that's going to work out, and it wasn't necessarily... It was supposed to be considered voluntary rehabilitation camps for people who had, like, ADHD and stuff that want to get off their meds. But yeah. That's never... It's never a good thing. Trade agreement reached. Awesome. Da-dum, da-da-da-dum. No. Just asking for a bad time. Yeah. My therapist was joking about the fact that she was just like, don't worry, I'll be sent there too. We can still have therapy under the tree at noon. And I was like, oh, good. Makes me feel better. I'm not alone. Because I am on different medications right now, and I'm not giving up the Ritalin. My brain has never felt better. The Wellbutrin keeps everything at bay, and the Ritalin just gives it that extra oomph, and honestly, yeah. I did not know that I was struggling with this for this long until you showed me what it's like to not struggle, and I was like, wait. This is how it's supposed to be? What? That's bananas. The only person that needs to be behind bars over there is what you don't sell. Yeah. Chickens. So this needs to extend. Like, I put them in different angles? No, I didn't. Oh no. Did I put this one up too high? I mean, that's not even gonna be remotely noticeable, because you're never gonna see it from this direction. So, I don't care. Bananas, yeah. That feeling when you're only left with 2 normal frames to grind and some eldritch... Almost thought they said princess because I'm still sitting way over here. Eldritch primes that are almost impossible to get without trading. What are you missing, Buzzmaker? Is there something I can help you with? Apparently I don't have any more Necros shit, but like, outside of that... I didn't realize I was so low on Necros stuff until I went to go help and I was like, oh god. I have like nothing. I have no systems left to help people. I have no relics for systems now because I just killed them off the other day and I didn't get what I needed to help. I'll definitely have to stock up on Necros next time he's in the resurgence stuff, so now I have to actually keep an eye again, because I did have a decent stockpile of most things, but I didn't realize I was that low. Oh, it's really nice getting an actual night's sleep. I will. This is not going to be a 12-hour stream. I'm running on an hour and a half. I had an hour and a half nap. Got to cuddle with Joe. It was so nice. I haven't seen him in days. And so we went grocery shopping and we went out to eat and then grabbed a couple more things from a different couple of stores and then came back here and I got to cuddle and take a nap. And it was wonderful. I always sleep the best at times like that because he makes me feel safe. But yeah, I got a little bit of a nap in, but that's the only amount of sleep I've had since like 7 or 8 p.m. on Tuesday, and it's now 2:48 a.m. on Thursday. I feel like people suddenly sent neurodivergent people away. A lot of shit would start going south. Oh yeah. Well, they were just claiming that they're making like a registry. I don't want to be on a list. No. Stop it. And they're just like, oh, well, we just want to, like, check to see if there's correlations with different things. And I'm like, that should be voluntary for me to give you that kind of information. You shouldn't just be, like, stealing my stuff. And my therapist had already said that she was like, don't worry, we're not giving them anything. And I was like, good. And she's like, they're gonna have to fight for it. It's like, good. It's terrifying that they're just making a random ass registry of people that they could just, what, decide to change their mind on at any time, that it's no longer a voluntary camp, and it's just because, like, you've been diagnosed with ADHD, you got to go here. And I'm like, no. But yeah, thankfully that has not been, whoops, that's been kind of backed off on. I don't mind the idea of, like, a rehabilitation place for people who want to come off of a medicine that they've been on long term and they just want to have, like, a watchful eye over them, and have the peace and ease of mind of coming off of it slowly and safely and not have to do it, you know, with the rest of the rush of the day-to-day. Like, having that kind of option where people can, you know, pick their own food and do that for an actual thing sounds great, but that should be, that's entirely different than what they were talking about. This is the back of my head part of the helmet. It's not the actual back of the helmet, it's just the back of my head. So I'm covering the back of my head with a bunch of crystals. And then that will kind of, it'll swoop down, and then I'll be able to attach the back part to this after I make it. Build a wall around the camp. So, Gonox, Hildren normal, Meatball normal, Inaros, Meg, Rhino, Garuda, Valkyr, Bobbin, and something else. Maybe Hydroid. I mean, if the Inaros, Mag, Rhino, Garuda, I don't think I have a ton of Valkyr left. I should have some Bobbin. If those are primes, I can definitely help you get them. I'm gonna be playing a lot. Like a lot of Warframe. Like a lot of Warframe tomorrow because of the raid. So I'm not gonna do the cosplay side of things. It's just gonna be a lot of actually playing Warframe. So I can definitely help you get Hildren. Do you have Steel Path unlocked, Bizmaker? You don't want to be no god. God, man, you're definitely stealing that line for what you play again. Did your eyeball imagine it sting a little? Yes, Thursday night stream, not today because the raid is later today because it's 3 AM. Why would they need Steel Path? You have it unlocked. You haven't completed the star chart. That's impossible. You have to complete the star chart to have Steel Path unlocked. There's a raid tomorrow. Is there a new event? No, Wobla. You know how DE has their normal primetime streams? And then they raid a Warframe content creator afterwards? I gets to be that Warframe content creator tomorrow. So, it's just a bonus. And it's an exciting one at that. So, yeah. It's all good things, and I'm pumped to be able to be the person that they're raiding tomorrow, and I'm gonna take full advantage of all of the new Tenno being here, and I'm going to just play a lot of Warframe to help keep as many of them here, to give them a chance. To have them give me a chance. You know, to stick around long term. Thanks, Wobla. Yeah, so like 15 to 20,000 people, give or take, usually get dropped off. The last couple of times I've had a raid from them, it's been like 19, 20,000 people. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. Not all of them chat, thankfully, because that would be chaotic, but it is a lot of people, and it is a lot of fun, but it can be quite chaotic. I do plan to do some giveaways. I actually have some giveaways courtesy of DE that I get to do tomorrow specifically because of the raid, and there's going to be raid drops. I do believe that it's a random, Duviri decoration for, like, your orbiter or whatever. So, if you're looking for Duviri decorations, tomorrow's the time to hang out from, like, 8 p.m. to, I think, 9 is when the drops would stop. Something like that. I'd have to double check exactly timeline-wise. We watch that timer grow. It's gonna be possibly insane tomorrow. Hopefully see the timer explode. Here's the thing, you won't be available at 1800 my time, and then from 22 to the next few days, since the new League PoE starts. Still need to kill the orb mommy a few times for Hildren. Yeah, that's perfectly fine, Buzzmaker. You know, just let me know if I'm on and playing Warframe and you want help with stuff. Like, I'm definitely down to help. I'm sure other people in chat would be down to help you as well, so. To kill the orb mommy a few times for Children and then just grind for Meatball. Grendel's the easiest because it's guaranteed. You only have to do the same mission 3 times. It's a bitch because you have to go in modless, but it's really not that bad. And those 15 to 20,000 people are going to sub, and the timer is going to go into the negatives. Basically tomorrow the possibility of it going into July is exceptionally high. It is going to be kind of crazy, the amount of people that might want to add to the timer or might want to come back around the time that the timer might be lower and try to, like, bring it back up then. It doesn't mean it doesn't mean anyone's gonna do absolutely anything, but the likelihood of people being capable of participating in advancing the timer and just showing the fact that it exists to more people is very exciting. There's some people that might sub that wouldn't necessarily have done so before. So yeah, it's all good things for tomorrow. That is why I am taking a bit of a break tonight. I already told you guys this well in advance, so you knew that this was coming. I don't want people to feel like, oh, you're cheating your subathon by not doing consistently every day with all the things. I'm not doing a 12-hour stream tonight. I'm just not. I'm not able to because I didn't sleep enough. And I really want to make sure that I get proper sleep before the one tonight so that I can go for even more than 12 hours. The plan is to just keep going until I am basically going to crash. And then I will do what I can to start at a reasonable hour on Friday night. By the way, what I said about getting a night's sleep earlier, I meant that for me, as last night was the first night you can say you slept all week. Holy shit, James. 2 normal ones and then primes that are vaulted. Well, I don't mind helping with the primes that are vaulted. I have most things to be able to help. I have a lot of stockpile stuff. For whatever reason, Necros just slipped through my fingers and I don't have a shit ton of him. But I have most of everyone else. I'm kind of low on Valkyr, but Valkyr is not technically vaulted. You can get Valkyr relics by running Railjack missions, the specific Railjack missions. So she and Nyx are perma unvaulted, so you definitely have an option to be able to go after them. But yeah, it's not it's not the end of the world for me to be able to help track whatever it is that I have for relics. So I'm gonna try to put this here, even though it's kind of in the way. Being sick sucks. Yeah, that. Deanna Plox, thank you so much for the follow. Don't push yourself too much. No, I'm not going to, but I do want to try to just take advantage of a lot of people being here. Even if those people don't stick around, there's a lot of people who are just straight up on lurk, and all of those people who are lurking count for advertisement revenue. One of the times I made like $300 or $500, something like that, just off of advertisement revenue, from a DE raid. So I want to take full advantage of that as much as I can. I'm also trying to work towards the 5 million watch hours for the channel. Apparently there's a statue, little plaque statue thing that you can get if you hit 5 million channel watch hours, and this community has already gotten this channel to 1.4 million. So yeah, I definitely think not only is that doable, but I think it's doable in a fairly decent amount of time as well. And large quantities of people like that make that number go up much more rapidly than, you know, there's 58 people here right now, which is nothing to sneeze at. That's a lot of people to just sit here and watch me glue foam to more foam. But when you're talking about that versus 500 or 5,000, like, those numbers jump up pretty quick. I'll be able to donate some Necros relics. I can trade you prime shit that you would want for them. Blah blah. Whatever you're missing. Marshmallow's missing 14 prime frames. I'm more than happy to grind relics and stuff with people tomorrow. We have some Necros, haven't checked. We'll do another daily in here. HSR, I'm sorry. I couldn't read what it said. I had to blink several times to see that there was an S in the middle. You don't need anything. Well, if you can think of anything, I am happy to do my due diligence and help out. I try to help people as much as I possibly can. I'm going to take my headset off again. Sorry for the loud sound of Velcro. And I'm gonna see where these crystals kind of line up at this point, on the back of my head. Alright, so they're down to, like, the middle back of my head at this point. Oh, I want it tighter than that. Hold on. There we go. I want it nice and snug when I go to try to line this up. So. This can just more down back. This is at that spot. It's probably going way too far over. Section. I might need to make a tape dummy of my head to put this on there. Kind of work out where some of these crystals need to be, because like this is way too big. I'm gonna do something stupid. Only get a small blade. Don't do what I'm doing, kids. I want to make a line. I'll cut the rest of it well, it's off my head, but I just want to make a line where the edge of the foam is. Still pretty close. Actually, that seems to be lining up perfect. It's on the side. Bad news, you cracked them all trying to get Galatine. Do you still need... Oh, you said you don't need anything. I was gonna say, do you still need that? So I can help. I should be able to help with that. Basically, that just gives me a good idea of where this folds down. Apparently I have a fairly wide head of like where this folds down on the back of my head. Like that's accurate. I don't know if I need this Velcro here. If I just glue this bottom Velcro should kind of hold everything in place. All of this is going down the back of my head, and I can kind of just push my head in here because it's a perfectly fit, snug thing going on. Don't worry. Bad thing. Let me just try with the Velcro just not being involved momentarily. And tacking this down and see how that goes. Just add like a strip of fabric. That's 5, another 4 tank. Don't want to steal your stuff. It's not stealing. First of all, we'd be trading. Second of all, I literally stockpile on stuff so that I can help people. Tank support. Good. Junk. This army that he has. If you have bolt, they'll just murder everyone and survive everything possible. this on here for now. Let's just take it off. See if that works without the Velcro, because that nicer, I'll have less to worry about in terms of things attaching. Just needs to be stuck here close to where it needs to be, just to see if that actually works. Necros, gotcha. How about Sevagoth? Sevagoth's great. Sevagoth can be insane if you use the right build and the augments with his little ghosties. Oh my god, you just annihilate everything. When Joe's on tomorrow, you should ask him for his Sevagoth build, because it is, and have him explain it to you, it is insane. Sev is unkillable if played right. Sevagoth is the most underrated most underrated frame in the game. Everyone just thinks about Gloom, but he's a busted caster in melee frame with Shadow. Oh yeah. I mean, Gloom is great, don't get me wrong. Like, Gloom is a great ability, but honestly, his other abilities, when in combination with each other, are just... You fuck enemies up. You thought those enemies were having a bad day just being slow? Nope. Don't worry, they don't have to worry about being slow for long, because they're dead. And one of his augments makes it so that, like, more ghosts come out of the ones that are already nearby. Like, it's an insane... You can make an insane build with Sevagoth. Alright, I'm gonna put this on the inside of the helmet right now, just so I can see where everything is at. I can feel great. I can see if the crystals are at a good spot. And if I can just slide this on without needing the Velcro. The answer is it looks like yes, which is awesome. Sorry, I know my avatar is like bugging out because I keep putting the helmet on. Yeah, that's like almost perfect. I could take, I think, this right hand side in just a bit more, like maybe another like cluster's worth, just to help with the shape. But otherwise, that's like a perfect fit. And then I can just use this Velcro at the bottom to make it nice and tight. I can't get the helmet on nice and tight like this if I put crystals that low, because I can't put it on. Oh yeah. This is great. Or something here. Yeah. Yeah, I am super happy with this. Still need more crystals. I still need them to go more down. Like, it's lined up towards this, but I think it comes in just a little bit more. And then it comes down back of the head. See how it needs to line up with this. I think it's supposed to line up the whole way. I'm gonna put it all the way up against this. With like a line across the top of the Velcro. Maybe just above. Maybe literally just above the Velcro. Yeah, I think a straight line right at the top of where the Velcro is. Let me try to get this Velcro as straight as possible. Right, that's better. And so I should be able to just bring these crystals down. Line up with that, which is only like one more row of crystals, and then it just match sides. Alright. It's so hard to just feel what I'm doing and not actually see it. You still want shiny rock keychains then? I mean, I'm more than happy to turn these into keychains. I have resin. I could just make a bunch of resin-based crystals to hang out. Hand out. Not hang out, hand out. Especially because they don't have to be the shapes that I'm using for the actual helmet. I have all kinds of other crystal ones that I'm not using because I don't like how pointy certain parts are or how chunky certain pieces are just for the helmet. In general, they look great. So I could technically make like a shit ton of cool looking resin ones to hand out as well. And turn them into keychains, so. Keep forgetting about Hero's Augment. Do as much damage as Bellamere, throwing it back. What's wrong with Twitch? Some streams are just impossible to even start to watch. It's just a black screen, and others work perfectly fine. That might be whoever's running their stream. Like, they just don't have a high enough bit rate, or their computer isn't working enough. So you're not able to see it, but I don't know. Country where no one wants to put their ads. I don't have any ads on Twitch or YouTube. Alright, so instead of being lined up against that, I noticed that it can come in like there. So I'm gonna try cutting off. That, and then that should sit in there perfectly, and that should be like stupidly snug against the back of my head, which is awesome. If I had planned that correctly. Hopefully I'm back on. I turn off. Just need to fill in. Does it seem? I think I'm just gonna make a decision that it's filled in the bottom points of these. Actually, I think. It's up. I only want this to just go straight down and then be up with the top of this. That'll give a lot more structure. I'm able to butt stuff back of the helmet all the way up to here to get more to line up accurately. That's the case. Yeah, I like that idea. Thanks, Haku. Love ya. Remember telling yourself that Bobbin was your one and only, and now look at you, use Caliban and Harrow for more things now and only put him out for defense-like missions. I know, I'm a Wisp. I quantify myself as a Wisp main, but I've been playing so much Citrine and even Gyre that, you know, should I even be able to call myself a Wisp main anymore? Lavos main, and even all you've been playing is Frost. Yeah. Oh, did you guys see the new Mag plushie? I'm kind of gonna buy it. It's okay. Also, I really want the Goliath. Okay, so on Makeship, Warframe's doing another round of floofs based off of Warframes, and they have a plushie of Mag out right now. I didn't really want the Excalibur one, it's just kind of boring, but the Mag one's really cute, and I have the Volt one and a couple of others. Volt's the only other frame one that I have, but I have other Warframe ones. But yeah, I was floating through the other plushies that are on Makeship, and they have a Goliath the Bird Eater spider plushie with a detachable hornworm snack on their hand. And it's like $37, but I kind of want it. You heard Mag plushie? Yeah, they just announced it earlier, I think earlier today. I can bring up the link if you want to see her. She's only going to be available until, like, early July. I think it was, like, July 15th or something like that. Let me pull her up. I could use a stretch with my legs anyway. Oh no, it's adorable. That's what I mean. It's so freaking cute. She's so cute. I have the Volt one in the other room, and then I also ended up getting the Tag Fur because I love Tag Fur. I didn't really care for the colors that they chose for Bird 3 and Fishy Boy, so I'm just like, meh. But I love Tag Fur, and he's like a purpley blue color, and such a cute plushie. So I had to get that one. I had to get the Volt one because the Volt one was really cute. And then Mag's already in my Fibonacci, thank you. I was trying to remember the name that Bird 3 called him, and I was like, it's Fish something. Too little sleep, too much brain power being used elsewhere. It's Fishtarian. Oh my god, you want a Dominus Thrax plush you can use as a stress ball? One of those ones where, like, you squeeze it and, like, the eyes pop out? That'd be great and hilarious. But yeah, so for everybody else that can't pull up the website right now, yeah, they've already, I was at 16. It was at 16% funded when I was checking it earlier. So they've already sold enough to actually fund. Hold on, I'll show you my screen in a second. We have 21 days to participate. If you do want her, I want her. I will be buying her. So, she's freaking adorable. She's coming home with me, and then Violet. This is a tarantula plushie. If you do not want to see a tarantula plushie, please look away. Your OG frame. Yeah. And bot. You have little self-control for cute things. Okay, turning off. Okay. It's just for a moment. It's super cute, but like you might not actually like it. But look at how cute this tarantula plushie is. I want her so bad. So I'll probably end up getting this one too. Because this one doesn't have a ton of time left either. She's just freaking adorable. But yeah. Alright, spiders off the screen, Violet. What other frame plushies are there? Volt and Excalibur. But both of those are long sold out. Volt was like last year. Excalibur was earlier this year and it sold out. If you give me a moment, I'll go grab some of my Warframe plushies. Hold on. I'll go get them. The starters for now, I'm sure they'll probably add others, but Mag was literally just announced today. So, we have... Let me move my helmet. We have Volt. Look at how cute. They made such a good job with him. Tagfer! Look! I could not resist. I kind of wish I went and got the Fibonacci and Bird 3 just to have the collection, but I didn't really like the colors that they chose, and I didn't really have the money at the time to rationalize it. I could really only rationalize Tagfer because I'm obsessed with Tagfer as a character. And same thing with Excalibur. He's just kind of boring looking in comparison, and as much as I'd love to have all of them, I didn't have the funds at the time. You want an owie plushie so you can sit watch over your room? And then, during the Quest to Conquer Cancer, I was sent a Saga floof. I think they have a Kawaka, too, but I don't have that one. But these usually pop up during the Quest to Conquer Cancer time frame, so you should be able to get these. You might be able to get this one again. The other two are sold out. I think they should bring them back for another round. But yeah, because it's only a very short time frame that they're even available, and like people don't even know that they're there necessarily. So yeah, I'm just gonna put these on my desk instead of bringing them all the way back to my bedroom for right now, so I don't take more time. Heard Saga and thought D's nuts joke. Saga on D's nuts. Ah ha ha ha. So funny. They should make an Excal Prime plushie. Yeah, if you look up, I'll show you what the Excal looked like. It's sold out. But, I mean, it's okay. It's just his base model, which is just kind of boring in comparison. Like, if you're an Excalibur main, I'm sure this was great, but meh. I didn't have the funds at the time. I couldn't rationalize the funds at the time, more so. Because this only just ended. Let's say June 6th? Oh, this literally just ended. I thought this one was earlier, like way earlier this year. I guess it lasted longer than I thought. But yeah. I thought this one was way earlier. I know the Frost one was like I said, like last year, because I have it. That they have. Mag is up for sale right now, and I think they did a great job with her. She's a lot more my style. Skyrim means of Arthur, I think they'll be okay. Yeah. Your chassis, Kabuto Nero, Gospel. I should have most of those, Buzzmaker. Just check with me tomorrow when I'm actually on Warframe. But I should be able to help you out with most of those. I can either do... So, I do Prime for Prime. I trade you a Prime piece, you trade me something back. I don't care what it is. It doesn't have to be vaulted if I'm trading you something vaulted. It doesn't have to match the ducat value. As long as you are using that Prime piece for your own account and you're not just like trying to resell it to someone else as a full set, then I don't mind doing it that way. Or if you don't want to trade me anything, or you just don't have anything to trade, if I have relics available, I can crack the relics with you as well. I won't trade you relics. I keep the relics for myself, but I will trade you the individual Prime pieces for a Prime for Prime. And it doesn't need to be like a Warframe for Warframe piece either, like literally anything. Because if it's something that I have a bunch of duplicates of, those are the things I end up using for ducats for myself. And if it's something that I don't have a lot of, or it tends to be kind of popular, then it'll just go off to somebody else's account eventually, so. Even send you a screenshot of your current account when you have... No, I trust you. I put it out as a, it's on a faith basis, so like, I just believe that you are not using it for these things. I want people who try to use it for those things to feel guilty about taking it from me by me mentioning that. Like, that's basically all it is. I assume most people are trying to do it the right way because my inventory is finite, even though it feels like it's infinite. But, yeah, as long as you know, are using it for your account, I trust you if you say that you are, it's yours. So glad the community is finally over their mag bad phrase that was pushed by a few of the larger creators. Mag was never bad. Mag had... She lost the power creep battle for a little while, but I never felt like Mag was bad. I liked Mag before some of the changes. But yeah, it is a shame that some people were just like, no, Mag bad. Mag terrible. And I was like, have you ever actually played her? Because she's not bad or terrible. Might not be your frame, but she herself is not actually bad. Come off on its own. Yeah, it's like just because Mag takes a few sparks of brain power doesn't mean she's bad. I don't ever suggest her to, like, people who are new to playing video games in general and happen to pick up Warframe because she's not really beginner friendly. She's fine, but she can't do quite as much until you start to get decent mods on her. Unless you know what you're doing. So I don't necessarily suggest her as, like, a good starter frame. Just for that aspect. But, ow. Outside of that, I love Mag. I will pick up Mag just to play Mag, and that was even before her tweaks and changes that have happened over the years. But like I said, the only thing wrong with Mag at one point is that she was kind of just losing the power creep battle. She was rough early game when you made your second account. Yeah. Yeah. I've done Mag as a entry level frame on my PlayStation account, and granted that was already my third account at that point, so I knew what I was getting myself into, and I was already good at how fast a game like Warframe is played. So I already put in hundreds of hours at that point. But yeah, trying to learn the controls and everything for Warframe and all of that while playing a frame like Mag right at the beginning, I don't think is necessarily the best. She's not terrible, but like it might be a little bit trickier than the other two. I mean, Excalibur is like a turn your brain off kind of frame for new players, and then Volt is fairly similar. But yeah, Mag's a little bit more of a tougher start. Mag is very good on events like Ascension. You just spam greed, vacuum, and all currencies so that elevator is yours. Mag had rough spots, sure, but she was never a Naros. I freaking hate a Naros. A Naros and Chroma. I don't know if I just don't know how to play Chroma well, but like, I find Chroma boring. I feel like none of his abilities do what I expect them to do, and I just don't like Chroma. Mesa got nerfed due to a synergy she had with Mag, so a lot of Mesa fans were mad. Oh, is that why? Mag Bad was also from Salty Mesa mains. The old starter Loki, which was originally started with, was also easier. Also easier early game than Mag. Yeah. Down at like bottom moment. This spot. Pretty perfect. I know I've mentioned a few times I am not going late this stream. This is more to remind myself that that is a stupid idea. More so than necessarily to let you guys know. I need to convince myself that it's a good idea to end in like 20 minutes. Because it feels like this stream went by insanely fast, but that's because for the last 10 streams prior to this, they've all been 12, 13 hours long, and this has only been just shy of 4, so it kind of just feels like a normal night. But again, I told you guys this in advance, so hopefully you don't feel bad if you put money towards the timer and I'm doing a shorter stream. I should be able to keep up with the 12 plus hour long averaged out. Sometimes it's like 11 or 11 and a half, and then other times I do 13 and a half. But an average of 12 plus hours for the rest of whenever this timer decides to die. But yeah, I just need a bit of a break tonight to be able to do really well tomorrow and have a nice long day. Is this for TennoCon? Yes. And in 10 minutes if you need to. Tomorrow's a big day for you. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I was thinking maybe the 4-hour mark is 10 minutes or the 4 a.m. mark is 20 minutes. So, 22 minutes. Still a little salty about that change. Chroma's pretty good, but the main method to ramp him up was removed when self-damage was taken out. It's still a little bit salty. I still just find Chroma boring even then, but probably just me. It's been a while. Quite busy. Hey, Zookeeper! Holy shit, it's been months. Been quite busy. Hope you've been well. I have been. Thank you. Hopefully, even though you've been busy, things have been good for you. Chroma is the most outdated weapons platform since there's a lot more focus on status over raw damage. Yeah, I just find Chroma boring. Like, really, really, really boring. Well, I guess
Kenneth Craig is raiding with a party of 37.
Hi, Craig! Thanks for the raid. How was Stellar Blade? If you guys are new here and you don't know me, hi, I'm Kirarahime. I also go by Kira or Kayla. I play an awful lot of Warframe. I play a good amount of variety on the channel as well. And right now, I am actually working on a cosplay for TennoCon. It's kind of hard to see because the parts are getting bigger and bigger and the camera's having more and more struggles. Because I'm, like, super zoomed in. But this is the helmet that I've been working on. So the crystals will look more like this, but I only had some of it painted and then I started adding to it. But yeah, this is my citrine helmet. So my chin will be in here. My nose kind of goes up to like this spot right here, and then this is kind of where like my head will be, and then I will build like the back part of the head area as well. Got marshmallows. Can I eat it? It was not. It was so spicy, I bet. Status is king now. Sight, in your opinion, is best weapons platform currently. You've been spending a lot of time with your girlfriend. Things have been amazing. Met IRL a few weeks ago and have started eating better and working out a bit of your girlfriend's influence. Oh, nice. 145 stream streak, Marshmallow. That's crazy. It won't be much longer. I'm gonna throw this out here. Yeah. So I'm not gonna go for crazy longer tonight. I know I have a subathon going on, and it is... This is day 11. And there's still that much time on the clock. I've been doing 12+ hour long streams pretty much every single day. If not, is definitely averaged to over 12 hours. I am gonna take a slight bit of a break today and not go to the 12-hour mark because DE is actually raiding here tomorrow, technically later today, and I want to make sure that I get plenty of sleep beforehand and that I don't feel overly rushed and I can still get a bunch of my animals taken care of so that once the stream starts, I very rarely have to get up from my seat and you know, ruin that kind of experience for that many people. It's a big opportunity to try to get a lot of people to stick around, so imagine dropping 100 gifted subs right now. Ugh. Do you look at the sponsor channel, by the way? I have not. I literally have just been non-stop today. I have not stopped. I have not even been able to play the sponsorship myself at all today. Never mind check anything. I think just a tiny bit more. That side. Bring this in a little bit, actually. Don't test me, Kira. If I get the money, I will indeed. Isn't that timer high enough? It's been 11 days. Dang it. 11. Higher. 10,000 days. Oh. I'll try to rest this maybe on the table. Can't bend it like that, but I should at least try to cut away from my hand, huh? That's a good plan. In case it slips, I'd rather not get hurt again. The back of my hand is not from this, it's from my cat. She accidentally bumped her tail into some of this stuff before it was fully cured, and I couldn't have her cleaning that off of herself because it's toxic until it's fully cured, so I was like having to chase her down. Message. I'm sorry. No, it's just the camera. It's because of the type of camera that I'm using. It keeps turning itself off occasionally. I'm gonna look real quick and be amazed by the grind. Might make a whole new playlist. Just that song not involved. Literally makes my brain fall. That's 70. Wow. That's crazy. Marshmallow. Safe night vandling. You should have 4,000 hours tomorrow. That's insane. You think that's more hours than you have in Warframe? That's nutty. But yeah, so I'm not gonna go crazy late tonight. It is already almost 4 a.m. here, and I want to start stream around 6 p.m. So I'd like to be able to sleep and prep for the start of that. And it takes me a little bit of a while to fall asleep. Probably won't now because I'm running on an hour and a half since 8 p.m. Tuesday. Don't judge, it's fine. I'm doing my best to try to manage everything, so. You been there? Yeah. Don't recommend, but it's where I'm at, so. I think that's about as good as that's really going to get. So that should be the back of my head. And I should be able to take Velcro that I put in here out. I don't regret putting it in here. I regret going crazy with the clue. But I don't regret putting it in here because it allowed me to measure out where I needed the crystals to go. So this was not a waste. Just should have put it in less cumbersome. But I will be able to reuse these pieces of Velcro. Yeah. It's pretty good. Trying to get that as close as possible. Scratchy as foot. Up. Let's have these pieces for other things. Spilled water all over your floor, you're awake now. Dang. Also, cosplay looks like it's coming along well. Thanks! Night chat. Pass out now. Good night, Zookeeper. It's good to hear from you. So fed up of deja vu. Oh. So excited for Spider Frame, right? She looks great. I am also very excited. I'm gonna put some foam backing this after I double check that it fits my head. Fits my head perfectly. So that it, yeah, it'll just be better. I'm gonna take the headset off so I cannot hear things that are happening if you try to redeem something. Spider Frame scares you a little, as she should, as she should. Okay. I'm so excited, it's coming together. So just above the Velcro, so that's perfect. I should be able to line the other ones up and then have attach there. Those. This will be able to come up. Okay. I might have to get the magnets out. Sure, I need to trim this around my nose a little bit more. So it keeps sliding, tickling, unless I go significantly higher. And then well, it only tickles if I wiggle my nose, but sit it up more. Honestly, I'll just trim it and just take too much. I'm so excited, and I actually have a fairly decent vision. I'm only missing a tiny bit. I want to say I'm only missing about this much of the vision directly in front of me. And obviously as things get further out, I can see more and more, but yeah, I'm actually not missing that much. And like, worst comes to worst, I just tilt my head back. Actually, my cheeks take up a lot of that space. I can't really tilt my head back to cover that, but I can see down so that I'm not gonna trip on anything, which is nice. So I won't trip on anything because I can see down like this, and then I have a lot of visual access from the sides almost completely. Granted, it is going to get blurrier once I put something over this. I have to figure out the best way to cover. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing right now, but just bear with me while I do this. The AI TTS is off because she's been literally saying gibberish or what sounds like completely other languages, so I've just turned her off until I can fix what's going on. Just so you guys are aware, a lot of my redeems and alerts will also be off for the first couple of hours after the raid, just so that I'm not being bombarded with stuff, everything's not going crazy. So close, things are scary, but that's it. Not a bad trade-off. Spider frames. But yeah. For those of you who are here earlier, like, I still keep just looking at my nails. For those of you who weren't here earlier, my my moderator, Zap, and his wife have been creating their own nail polishes and did something absolutely incredible for me. And so they've been making their own nail polishes, and they decided to send me my own custom ones, which is literally one of the nicest gifts. So not only are they engraved with like what the color is on these smaller ones, but you can see my expert goldfish is engraved into all the foam at the bottom. It says my name, my channel name, and then it has my fish on here as well. So these are little like storage containers. And then all of the colors are just insanely beautiful. I'm trying to take them out of the spotlight. This is the one I'm wearing right now. Their color shift. I don't know if you can see. You can kind of see it when I do that, but there's like, it goes from like a blue tone to a purple tone. Like in person, rotating the nails side to side, like you can definitely see the color shift in person. On camera, it doesn't like to pick up as much. You can kind of see it in the bottle, so see how it's like purple. And then if I tilt it even farther, you see blue, purple, and blue, and purple. So in the bottle, ha ha ha. Hi Zap, I thought you were supposed to be asleep, sir. I'm just bragging, it's fine. I just keep staring at my nails, I'm like, they're so pretty. So, yeah. So not only are these laser engraved with, like, the names that they chose of the pigments' names, it also says, creation made, no, not creation, I'm sorry, custom made for Kirarahime by Lady J, and then on the bottom, it has it laser engraved saying Zapped by Zap, and then it also has my fish on the back of all the bottles. You can't sleep. Oh, well, I'm bragging, so. And this cosplay pair of cosplay and trying to see things. Yeah. Looking at what you have left to grind in Warframe, and it's pure depression. Coda, Koopa, Rep, crafted weapons, cats and dogs, basically everything that's too boring to grind. Yeah, I only have a few things left myself. But then you can see pretty colors. Sparkly. I haven't done all the sparkles on it yet. You don't have K drives. You love hunting liches and Coda so much. Same. Once you run out of things to grind, that's when the pain hits. Yeah. Like, I messed up a couple of the nails because I decided to do art immediately after painting them and thought they were dry enough, but outside of that, like, it's literally so pretty. I don't know if you can see it shifting. You can kind of see it shifting on camera. But it's pretty. So, and then purple. And I've noticed in certain lights the purple almost has like a pinky hue to it as well. This one's more extreme. This one's more extreme and it has like a much more teal. You guys can see it. It's got like a teal and a purple. But this one, I kid you not, and apparently this was not planned. It's identical. It is identical. I can get the purple to show on camera, but like it's identical purple to the color that I have for my cosplay for the fabric. Show the trick with the flashlight. Yeah! I gotta show the trick with the flashlight. Okay, so was keeping that trick all to myself. You can see the color of this polish, right? Can't even leave it on for a second longer. See the color of it now? So you go out into the sunlight and the UV hits it and it freaking changes. And then it doesn't take too long to go back to being non-purple. Already starting to light up again. It's so neat! I wonder, do I have a teeny tiny brush in the brushes I can do? Tiny. This one's. I don't want to see how it'll look because purple. Yeah. I wonder if I can do it myself. But lotus symbol. I have a reference of it. Come on, I need to trade you for that Xylem Prime blueprint. Yeah, whatever I've got, you're welcome. Welcome to it. I would need an even smaller brush than this to get it to go and do the correct details, so I can add a third round lines. But it's not bad. I'll have to show you. Look, made a little Warframe symbol. That's the lotus. It's not the full 3 rounds, but it wasn't bad for the amount of time and not having a small enough brush. You need to go shove your face in a pillow. Amazing night and see you tomorrow. Completely understand, Craig. Catch you later. Bye-bye. Aw, you painted all the nails. I did! I still love the sparkles, and I do want to do that for tomorrow, but, yeah. I think with a smaller brush and a little bit more time, this could absolutely be done. And it's just like a nice little subtle design. I might do it reverse, where I have the nail painted in this, and then I put the lotus symbol in the regular nail polish. Just so that it stands out more. I think with a second coat, it would honestly probably do pretty well too. You know what? Yeah, I'm already this far in. Going for it. This is Warframe content. I'm putting a lotus symbol on my fingernail. It's fine. I gotta stop soon. I'm klutzing everywhere. Let's see what I'm doing now. I think my big mistake is that I made this outside part a little bit too thick and didn't give myself enough room for the inside. But, okay. Learning. I also could have pushed it down closer to my nail more and I would have been able to build the other one on the outside. We're learning. Oh, good God. I don't have my headset on, so it didn't actually jump scare me this time, but I did hear that something just went off. Dragon Blade over here putting more money towards the projector. Thank you. All right. Ready for the magic? So it looks like that. And oh yeah, it gets real dark. Interesting. It's harder to see when it's at the sunlight stage. I'm wondering if I'm gonna have to do that thing where like the accent nail is completely different and I take maybe this one because it's like a totally different color and it's not as dark. So neat. Getting lighter already and then just like I can see it in person and it is visible, but if I wonder if I do this and I give it like an outline in white and then I could still have the background be this color. I'd have to be super careful about designing on it, but I definitely think I can do it. I think I just need to take my time, do a smaller amount of paint, and do very, very thin lines. I think it looks really good though. Were you meant to go to bed half an hour ago? Uh-huh. At least 10 minutes ago. But then I got distracted by putting nail polish and putting what is basically a little baby lotus symbol on my finger. Oh, you know what I should do? I should get some of the acrylic nails. The glue-on ones, the press-on ones. And paint. But more than just the lotus symbol. Even though I kind of just like the lotus symbol idea. Yeah, that did not take all that amount of time to do that. And then ready? Now that it's pale again, you can even watch it change. How's your lawn? It doesn't need a hand. Alright, I should probably attempt to sleep. I love how you specifically wrote holographic top coat, aka glitter. You do a design on your nail, then top it with the glitter. It looks cool with the UV stuff. Oh yeah? Do you think topping it with the glitter on top of the UV stuff? So like put the glitter on top of here? Oh, on the bear nail. Ooh, that's interesting. Maybe that's what I'll do, is I'll do a bear nail. I should go to bed. I have a big day. And I'm running on very little sleep. Put anything on the bear's nails. Why don't you just eat it? Why don't you just eat you? Probably. Now you can see my hands up close and personal.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
I will drink some water. It's hard to see the color shift on camera. Kind of there. See the sparkles really well though. It literally just looks like I have a galaxy on my fingernail. Did you test layering the colors? You put like a tiny... I could put like a really, really thin coat. Super thin coat. This one. This, because I already have to fix this nail, so. They cover each other up. Yeah. But I did a teeny tiny coat, and this color is really pretty. Oh no, the camera. Probably gonna have to strip this nail down anyway because I need the glove messing it up. I actually really like that color combination. The teal. Oh, ow. I wonder if we could do an ombre. I don't know if you can see. You can definitely see the difference between these two nails, but I'm wondering technically ombre it. Now I'm just experimenting. Yeah, that looks really cool. Now you're just not sleeping. I'll go to bed. Fine! No, I really do need to sleep. But yeah. So now it has two different tones on it, and it looks pretty cool. I'll have to do some more experimenting. Polish some sheets. I press 5 times on Friday morning. So yeah, it's just whatever the next stream is the raid, so oh, my head doesn't feel good from standing up. I'm gonna drop you all off at Raging Terror. We're gonna tell him that we're raiding and running. You know what? I'll have you guys. I'll have you. Only going to bed? Yes. Pause the... Saying my goodbyes. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Zap. And Lady J, if you're still listening, even though you both should be asleep. I'm really happy and excited with these. Yeah, I know, Violet. It's weird. Time to start looking up seed making. Yeast added to 2 kilograms of honey versus bread. 2 kilograms of honey versus bread stuff. Interesting. Good night, people. Goodbye, people. I'm gonna go pass out now. I'm gonna go hug bed because I've missed it. And I've only had an hour and a half of sleep since 8 p.m. Tuesday. So, yeah. 32 hours. I will see you guys probably at 6 p.m. Eastern time. If I have everything done before then, a little bit earlier, but no later than 7 o'clock. Bye!